Hello, everybody. We are back this week to.
And for once, we're not late or gay. It's
That's
absolutely
true.
unbelievable.
Well,
we're
we
actually
are
on time
gay.
for a second.
Well, we are gay, but we
Now
are not.
speak for
late
yourself,
this
young
week.
lady. I am not a homosexual.
I'm
I
half
am
of a gay
just
that
currently
makes
drinking.
this stream officially 1/4 gay.
That just means you're
And that
goth.
is- What?
Think about it.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Look, it's just in time for Pride Month, which I have noticed. Have you
It's
noticed?
not a
this?
lot
I
of-
think
Not a lot of it around.
I think we did talk about this last week, or maybe the week before. But just to reiterate, we're nearing the end of June now, and I have seen very little Pride stuff in the news. Now, I think I buy into at this point the notion that was brought up by Academic Agent and Scrump, etc., that they are putting the woke away.
For the meantime, yeah.
It seems to be, at least for the meantime, yeah, they're putting it away because when we've been at this
It's
for
quite
2
divisive,
years,
yeah.
We've been at this for 2 years, doing this show. And I think I think we started like maybe, has it been 3 years? Oh shit. 2.5 or whatever. So I think maybe we've done 2 prides before. We've at least done 1 for sure. And all of a sudden, when we started this, and for months, it's like every week when we would do this. Since we started, it was all of this pride stuff, all of this trans stuff, all the time.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, during Pride Month, I'm not seeing any of the normal Pride stories.
Do you know
Any of
what's
the
one
normal
organization
weird
that
stuff.
did keep it? Mentis actually linked this on the Twitter, and I thought it was fucking
Oh, yeah?
funny. Yeah, it was Lockheed Martin.
Of course, it's fucking Lockheed Martin.
I just thought I actually joked with him. I just said, wait a minute, is that not good?
The one company that keeps doing it is
Is the warmongering one. Like if there's
The
if there's one company you want to
weapons
tank,
developer.
is
Yeah.
weapons development. Yeah, it's making shittiest products and not bombing as many people. I'm actually okay with that. I mean, it might weaken the army, but then again, the American army doesn't do anything good. So like, no one's going to attack the American continent. And the guy said, "What is somehow going to take over the American government, take their resources?" No, that's not going to happen. That's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's rubbish.
Um.
Interesting. Where's my whiskey?
So, I actually, I at first when I started going into today, I was like, I don't think there's a whole lot to go over this week, but I
Holy
did find
shit,
some
today.
things that were interesting.
There's a
over the
lot of
last week.
stupid, dumb, funny shit this week.
Not as much as often. But
Really?
there is some. I always had a bit of. Oh, I'm not covering the I'm Alex stuff, by the way. Speaking of things, I didn't put that in here because I'll just give you the TLDR on the I'm Alex situation. If you don't know, British YouTuber who previously canceled or was involved in the cancellation of other YouTubers, including Zaptai and Slazo, has now been a giant document, including a whole ton of audio files and video of him being verbally and physically abusive towards his girlfriend have all dropped. Why is it? It's always the case. Feminist men always end up being abusers. It's yet to be proven wrong.
I would like to know
I-
what did the woman do to deserve the abuse?
As far as I can tell, nothing. But
Are you sure?
that is apparently the argument a lot of people are going with, is that she must have done something to provoke it.
Well, after the last 5 years, you can kind of see why that has become the go-to question.
Spoon, if you hear, he talks about beating her over the head with a brick.
Yes.
He constantly calls her a dirty fucking whore, filthy slut. But in the recordings, she doesn't say anything back. She's just like, "Can you please leave me alone? Can I please?" No, maybe she orchestrated the whole thing. But
We
it's
don't
also
fucking
all
know.
all these text messages where it's just him saying this shit to her, and she's saying nothing back. This is, in terms of Me Too allegations, this is probably the worst I've seen in a very long time. And concerning the evidence against the guy. And I just made that video a couple months ago about false rape accusations and how skeptical I am of these kinds of... She didn't accuse him of rape either, by the way. She did not accuse him of raping her. She accused him of being violent. And he certainly seems to be crazy. He seems to be off his rocker. So that has been tearing the UK YouTube community apart, apparently, more or less. But I didn't prepare anything to talk about. I'm Alex. This is not a drama channel. I saw it here on Twitter when I brought it up. Actually, if you could share my screen, because I did want to show what I actually wanted to show, which is not the I'm Alex
yes.
stuff.
Which is really, really funny.
It is very funny. I thought we start with something funny. I started out with something sad. Look, guys, if you want to look into that I'm Alex stuff, I just gotta say that is not. It is a.
I don't even know who that is.
He's a UK like he's like a Redditor. He covers he's a bong. He covers Reddit crap. It's
Why the hell would you go on Reddit?
Ever. He just reads like Reddit threads and
again, why would you do that? Reddit is full of like schizophrenic monkeys.
I don't know. It's normie tier content. It's normie content.
I like the way that normie content is like being psychotic on Reddit.
Yeah, but he's got
that really says something about our society. He's got 1 million subs. That's the shit he puts out. God
he's
damn.
Got millions of subs, and he just like reads Reddit. I don't know because I don't know.
My good God,
again,
like the Monday.
It's for normal people. They like slop, dude.
People
Normies
need to
like
understand
slop.
this. If you want to make a big YouTube channel, anything intellectual does not do well.
No, just go read.
The vast
Reddit
majority
stuff.
of people are stupid fuckers who want low IQ, just shit they can have in the background that occasionally might make them laugh, but anything that makes them think or challenges them pisses them off.
I can't. I listen to stuff in the background all the time.
Yeah, but you're not normal.
No, but the stuff that I listen to in the background, like I can't listen to like.
Do you know who I have in my background? Vivaldi.
I couldn't listen to say like a
Mozart, Beethoven,
an audio
Tchaikovsky,
book of
because yes.
I couldn't listen to an audio book of Oswald Spengler or whatever in the background while I'm working. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, okay, but that's Oswald Spengler. That's like I need to pay attention to that shit.
Yes.
It's like if I listen to Molbug, I can't have
whomever.
Molbug in the background. I need to listen to that shit.
Because I have to pay full attention because it's like you need to be fully
things
prescient.
that command your attention. Yeah,
drama stuff, that kind of crap. I put that on the background all the time because it's whatever.
It's basically a YouTube version of like the Kardashians.
Yes, well, I just put it on the background, and so then I end up knowing a whole bunch about it. I'll listen to V in the background as well. I thought I'd start out
casually
though,
dropping
with
the N-word. When did I casually drop the N-word?
All the time. I thought I'd start out with something fun because
shut up, Aiden! Don't tell them that.
AI, the new AI model has come out. This
it's pretty good actually.
Luma Dream Engine or Dream Machine. I don't think this actually is a Luma Dream Machine, but I just really like this. I like this
it's
a
muted,
whole lot.
by the way.
I know, and I want to share it with you all.
This is really good.
Hello, chat. So today I had the brilliant idea of joining Rishi's Minecraft server while he was offline, just to have a bit of fun and mess with him. So after exploring the world for a bit, I've actually stumbled upon his house. So naturally, I filled it to the brim with TNT. And for everyone's information, there were absolutely no trace of Sky TV services in or around the house. Wait, what does this say? Nigel, if this is you, do not grief my house. Well, sorry, Rishi. I think you can agree. It's too late for that, my friend. Anyway, let's get to it, shall we? Right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's get out of here. And just for good measure, I'm going to blame it on Keir.
Best part. That's the part. Just for good measure, I'm going to blame it on Keir.
Oh god, Nigel, put that on your official campaigin. Seriously, it's good. Oh god,
how do you know that wasn't actually Nigel? How do you think that was, it was an AI? I don't know. I will get back to some other Brit bongish news, but I do want to show off some of the interesting stuff that that's come out.
The AI is done.
That's
the only one that I've seen. That's really good.
Well, I don't think that's the Luma AI, because this is the Luma AI stuff, which is it makes these like 5 to 10 second videos of most people are using it to animate
that's a very
memes.
famous meme.
So this is a classic, disaster girl meme, and just whoa, dude! I mean, if you look at it too long, you can see how it's AI, obviously, but it's very creepy. Here, of course, is the guy checking out the other girl meme.
I think she's got a gammy leg.
Yeah, yeah. There's all kinds of the Doge. Doge died not too long ago. That
one's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg is hiding outside of your windows or inside your window. It's wonky. It's wonky, but this is very disturbing. Like how good this stuff is. You could just watch.
He's like Chuck Schumer.
The rest of that scene of Star Trek, but Pablo Escobar. You know, here's this famous baby meme.
That's probably the best one.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many. Just if you look on Twitter, you can find a little girl in the car. I mean, like Chad. Of course, he's got to be doing some kind of exercise because he's a Chad. I mean, like, and there's like
Beatles.
all kind. Yeah, Abbey Road. Like, there's some crazy stuff that this AI is doing. I mean, again, it's not very good. I mean, like, but it's doing some. It's doing some interesting stuff. Apparently, he's in high demand. It's doing some interesting things. You know, gotta go see where this ends up at. It is new technology. I think it's pretty neat. I'm
The
also
fact that it's gone
terrified of it a
so
little
far in just a
Yeah.
short time is actually quite creepy. It
That's
will
the
only
thing.
get better.
bit. Yes, very quickly too.
Yeah.
That is kind of the terrifying bit. That this is going to
Yeah, because you have noticed AI got better really, really fast.
Yeah, like here's another one that a lot of people posted that looked really cool. The girl with the pearl earring. Like that's scary. You made this painting just.
She went
come
from
to
mid
life,
to
right?
like at least an 8.
I think that's very interesting.
That's really creepy, by the way.
It
They
is
just like a
it's-
painting just comes to life
Yeah,
and so effortlessly.
yeah.
God
It's
damn.
that's a little creepy, but it's interesting. We'll see where it goes. You know, as someone who constantly gets accused of being an AI in my videos, because I speak with, you know, diction,
You
in
speak
a
with a
measured
cadence.
tone. Yes, with a measured tone and cadence, and that's the thing I brought up many times, but what I've always found funny about that is that I had to learn to speak that way for YouTube videos to sound pleasing, and then then AI starts, you know, popping off, and they're like, "This is AI, this is AI, this is AI," and it's like, oh, what the fuck? Like, am I supposed to now speak incorrectly or something, and that will prove I'm not? No, but it's,
I think in your case,
there's-
it's more like, I've been doing this for like 8 years, fuck off.
Yeah, that's the obvious thing is that you can just go back through my catalog and realize I've been doing it for 8 goddamn years. So, you know, it's
Yeah.
not. Or you could
It's
just
not a
go
new
over
thing.
here. You could come over here to Broken Crown and hear me speak extemporaneously or whatever. But I guess
Yes.
maybe they think AI is so good now that you can. Maybe it is getting that good that you can
AI Paladin.
speak off the cup. Yes. Okay, where are we at?
What is
All right,
AI
let's give
Aiden?
Aiden, yeah. That's the male spelling of Aiden. Actually, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
or
no
just- yeah,
female.
Aiden.
There is no female spelling of Aiden because Aiden's a male name. I just chose it because he got randomly. Actually, speaking of AI, the name Aiden was randomly generated for a character I made in Final Fantasy XI when I was 12 years old or 11 years old. I was just
That's
like,
how-
I
that-
like that name.
That's
Sounds
how you got
cool.
yours?
Yeah, I was making a character in Final Fantasy XI. My dad got it for me for Christmas, and I was after a full
That's
goddamn
how you
day.
got your nickname.
That's how I got my internet name. Yeah.
That's quite creepy because the reason I got my
Hey.
nickname is by doing the same fucking thing.
See, many such cases.
It was also AI. It's because
It wasn't AI. It was just that it was a
no
generated name.
the generating thing I mean is
Yeah.
it was I was just looking for like elven names and
Mm-hmm.
on came Arlesio and like, oh, I like that, and then like the easy bit just became Izzy.
Mhm.
And that's what everyone
Dude,
knew me for
I think that's
years.
where Izzy came from.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Damn, son.
Yeah. And just I went by Easy for like fucking years.
I know.
The spoon was just because my favorite song from Soundgarden
Yeah.
at the time was Spoon Man, and the actual musician the song is named after shaved his head,
Yeah.
and when I did as well, my friend just said, "Oh, you look like the Spoon Man," and then Spoon Man Spoon. That's how that became about.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know why it suggested, but I guess they're talking
Aiden?
like PSA sets YouTube will love you.
Oh
Yeah,
God, don't talk
like that.
Yeah.
No, like that. No. And I don't want people using my name, by the way. That's fine. It does. It used to really freak me out. It doesn't freak me out now as much. Still prefer if you call me Aiden, but you can call me Becca too. If you. Anywho.
I
here
prefer
they
you
give
call
a-
me Count Utensil.
Oh, I know your name.
Yeah, my name was on a form a while ago, and that creeped me the hell out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, The one that I linked you.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was really weird, and it was right next to a name that was similar to mine. It was really bizarre.
Yes.
Right. We're gonna look at some of
And
that
I went
tomorrow
like,
later.
why? Like, it's not going to be on the screen, is it?
No, I'm not gonna show that post. I am going to have to, unfortunately. Okay, guys, we talked about Nick Rekieta 2 weeks ago, I think. That stream got removed because of a whole bunch of reasons.
Sorry
I
about
could've
that.
bothered to bring it back, but it was so much that had to have been clipped. I was just like, I'm just gonna leave the stream down. We're gonna have to talk about Rekieta again tonight because at this point, if what has come
Transpired.
out it is true, and I am praying to God it's not, and I think it's, I really hope it's not. I don't know whether or not it's not, but I am gonna have to look at that later because there's no way. It's one of the most horrifying things. Look, we're very early on in this, so I'm gonna cover it at the end because I don't like drama stuff, but I just
We should get Jim's opinion.
this came out like the day or 2 days after Jim's Father's Day stream. Yeah. Who spells it Rebecca with a K? I sure do. Anyway, so
You're not Jewish, are you, Aiden?
no, but
Good.
my mother, her favorite book is, well, her favorite book when I was,
Not the Talmud, is it?
she was when she, at the time and when she was pregnant, was this book called Rebecca, which is spelled with a K. So that's why it's spelled that way. Not because I'm Jewish, despite being sane things to the contrary. Although when I was a kid, I sometimes did think we were Jewish because we had all these old Torahs, and it turned out that, or when I was younger, and the reason why is because my great-grandfather was a Lutheran minister, and so he went to the Holy Land and brought a whole bunch of them back. Anyway,
Burn, probably.
so here is thinking they owned Farad.
All hail the Protestants.
So here goes Good Morning Britain. He's Lutheran. Yeah, he's Protestant. I, however, am not a Protestant.
Yes. Don't worry, you'll.
I've returned to tradition.
You know what's bizarre to me is that you're a libertarian, but you're not a Protestant.
I don't even know if I'm a libertarian anymore. I kind of hate it. It's pretty. The word is so goddamn toxic, and it's full
just
of people
tainted
who
by
just have no morals or ethics whatsoever.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. The Protestant is like the libertarian Christian faction.
Mm-hmm.
Catholic is the monarchical one, so it's quite weird
That's
that
what I'm going
I would.
for.
Yeah, but it's quite weird that I would be considered Protestant, but I am an absolute monarchist because normally speaking, that doesn't really gel well. Then again,
Dustin,
I'm also more English than I am French as far as the
You're
ideology
a
is concerned.
Dutchoid.
No, I mean as far as the ideology goes.
Everyone making oy vey chat. You shut that down right now.
More
so
oy
help
vey
me.
stuff.
Oh.
Don't let Andrew hear. No, I've had this
sugar
discussion. No. I've had this discussion with Andrew with regards to the whole Orthodox and libertarian, and I said to Andrew because in South Africa's history, because of how long the Dutch, the French, and the Germans have been there, because those are the original Afrikaner stock, and they've been there since like the 1650s. So they've been there for like 3 damn centuries.
Mm-hmm.
So they were fleeing Catholic persecution in France, like the Huguenots, for example, right? So
Yeah.
they bring that religion with them, and that is the basis of their society.
Yeah.
So we don't
Yeah.
have this this sort of clash of religious factions of power the way that Europe does. So our libertarian links as far as ways of being goes and Christian is very, very strong. It isn't like weak how it is in the Americas with their different factions of Christianity. Ours is basically Protestant, and we don't actually have Catholicism in South Africa. So because we don't have that sort of power dynamic of the different denominations of Christianity, we don't have the same problems as Europe when it comes to Christianity. That's the reason why Protestantism works rather well in South Africa, is because we tend to have only the one.
Yeah, probably. Justin
So-
Shupak for 2 says, "Did you watch Nick's stream last night?" I'm just reading this now because we're gonna cover that later. Yes, I did watch it. I look. I don't want. It is about the last thing on earth I want to talk about, but I feel like it's inevitable. We're gonna talk.
We need
about
to
it
do a
little bit.
stream on some Friday just so we can play Jack Pasovic's Franco Friday themes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Anywho.
because he does Franco Friday. Like he always gets. This is one that he plays repeatedly that has Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he has Franco giving a speech, and it's very pro-Christian. It's
Nice,
just like a march forward Spaniards with like no weakness for God, for king, for country. It's like absolutely fucking based Franco.
Damn. Here's Sky, or excuse me, not Sky News. Good. Their Sky News is pretty basic. This is
Morning,
Good Morning Britain, thinking they got a little bit of an own on Farage, but they didn't. Let's see how they think they fucking owned him.
Who would gain most from your personal tax proposal? Somebody on the minimum wage, somebody on average earnings, or somebody on £95,000 a year?
People on benefits would gain the most because actually their whole lives would be transformed by making work.
Mr. Farage, people on benefits wouldn't benefit at all from the personal tax allowance because they wouldn't be paying any tax. Who would benefit most? Somebody on the minimum wage?
Okay, so let me get this straight. So his perspective would be who would get the most as far as services goes of the country,
Yeah.
not just who gets a tax cut. So his question, so his answer
Could you
is much more
believe-
broader of society as a whole.
But I can't even fathom being that stupid. Well, they're
That's
not.
very obvious.
They're not. So they're not going to pay taxes. So they're not benefiting. What?
That's not how that works.
That's not how. I mean, like, I don't know. Who is this little tool?
Do
But,
you understand?
rotund
Okay,
tool, like
okay.
this
So
unit.
do you understand that if your job is to get money for the state and you rejigger the tax so that the state can generate more tax revenue, it would mean the people that are on the benefits of the state, they would get more because the state has more to
Yes.
offer. Do you understand how
Yes.
math works? You fucking moron.
No. I again, I
That's
watched
like
it earlier,
really,
I
really
felt-
simple explanation.
I felt like I was having an aneurysm.
Somebody on average earnings or somebody on £95,000?
The poorest in society would benefit the most. And when it
Sir,
comes to
Mr.
raising the tax bands,
I'm
we
sorry,
think
Mr.
it's-
Farage. No, I'm sorry,
we
Mr.
think
Farage.
it- well,
I'm
we
sorry,
think it's
factually-
monstrous. We think
facts
it's
are
monstrous.
important here. The person who would benefit most from
Yeah.
your personal tax proposal is somebody on £95,000 who would gain far more than somebody on average earnings, who would gain much more than somebody on the minimum wage. Did you not know that?
Not in percentage terms. No, that's not
Exactly.
true.
This is the thing. These people, these are the people who can't fucking comprehend percentages. So they think, well, you're paying less percentages, and so therefore that means that you're not being taxed as much. But but when you make more money, the percentage in terms of the actual amount is more.
Yes.
It's the same issue as per capita, and this is why people shouldn't be able to vote, because people cannot. The average person, even supposedly educated elite people, can't comprehend statistics. I don't know why. I don't know why it is that statistics really seem to evade people.
Do you know a YouTuber? He's on Twitter as well. The Base Pluto.
No, I don't.
You should check him out. He's a black dude. Really cool guy, actually. We
Yeah.
speak about, legitimate... oy vey, let's just say we speak about some real shit.
Oh.
And, yeah, he even said to me, like, he laments the fact that his race cannot grasp per capita. Like, just as a group, he doesn't understand why they can't understand it. And he linked me, like, a whole bunch of tweets of black people who just, like, show that they can't understand it. It's
Well,
really
I
funny,
don't know- I
but
don't know if
he
it's
had them on
IQ.
hand.
I genuinely don't understand. I think it's I don't even know if it's in. I think it is IQ, but
Do you think it's because maybe their race is dunked on with it? That may be the reason why, and they have no
but
comeback.
Look at this dude. Like this,
Possibly
this
it's 'cause
dude
of
talking
that.
this dude talking to Niger. He also apparently can't understand it, or is pretending to not be able to understand it. But it's like, if you also saw that stuff that was happening a while ago, where it was, can you imagine, the idea of visual spatial processing paracognitively?
I can't.
In terms of, can you see an apple? Close your eyes. Can you see an apple in your mind? That stuff,
Yes, easily.
Visual spatial. Well, apparently, about a third of the population cannot even comprehend the question.
What?
Yes.
How can you not
According to-
comprehend the question? That
They,
is
they
that
don't.
you
They don't
can't.
even understand. They say they'll go, "What do you mean? Picture an apple in my mind." They don't understand the question.
Think of an apple.
well, they'll think of the word apple.
And but if
ask
you
them
can
to
picture the
visualize
word in
it,
your
they
mind,
can't-
why
no.
can't you visualize it?
I don't know. This needs to be studied more. But they can't, and I don't know what the relation. No one knows, by the way, what the relationship is between that tendency and IQ. It's not been tested yet. It should be because those
I
findings
wonder
are
why.
actually like 15 years old now. Excuse me.
See,
I already
this is
took an
this is
allergy
the
pill,
thing.
it's still really fun.
Whenever there's any science to do with genetics, it becomes very, very hazy because you guys have to understand something. When it comes to any regime education, that's basically a buzzword for we're gonna fuck with you up until you believe what we tell you to. If you have any genetic sort of anchor that says you can't actually do this because these groups do not have like the potential to do what you want them to do, it makes a strong argument for basically getting the people the fuck out of the way and that they are not
No.
part of our society. That's where that actually will go.
I went through some of the research on it many years ago in a video about
That's
the
why people don't like
IRL
touching it.
About the IRL human NPC meme. And some of the data that I saw at that time did not seem to totally convince me of the idea of, and I'm still convinced of the idea of human NPCs, right? Sorry, I took
Have you
another
seen women?
allergy pill. Yeah, I know. But sorry guys, my allergies are apparently insane today. I have to take 2 24-hour pills.
I kind of disagree with you on that.
Well,
I think
my-
the human
my
NPC
only-
thing is
no,
incredibly real.
My point was I couldn't find definitive proof of it. Now, I found some evidence that led in that direction. But the idea that people were just
Voting.
walking around with no goddamn thoughts in their head, that I found to be very suspicious.
No. They
However-
they have thoughts. It's more your thoughts are regulated by the regime.
I think so. However, and in the years since I made that video, I've seen more and more compelling evidence that there is a significant portion of the population that has no inner sight or no
Yes.
inner thought or both. So there are some people who, okay, Spoon, do you have an inner monologue, right?
Yes, it's also an outer monologue because I talk to myself all the fucking time.
Yeah. So I have a very intense inner monologue. I monologue everything I'm doing to myself all the time.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
why-
can 100% believe that.
Yeah, I don't, and maybe that's not anybody, or obviously it's not everybody. And the relationship again between inner monologuing and IQ also has not been fully evidenced. Just like inner sight, which is the ability to say. So you asked me to close your eyes, picture an apple in your head. Some people say they can just kind of see like an outline, like a child's drawing of an apple. Some people say that they can see like a kind of gray outline. Some people say they can see a colored, 2D example. Some people say they can see it as 3D. And then there are people who say that they can see it in 3D and rotate it. I fall into we both, I think we've talked about this before, Spin. We both fall into the last category of being able to see the object and rotate it.
Yeah.
However, I don't know, and so far none of us know, because we don't have the data yet, as to what the relationship is. Zero Fox, you did write me a DM about this about a year ago. Yeah, we still just don't have like the full data on this to explain what the relationship is between people who can do something like that and rotate the apple in their heads, or people who have a fully realized inner monologue versus people who don't. Anywho,
I can take a guess.
we've gone totally off the rails on this and into getting into this, dude. But like,
How did we get to this
my
point?
only point is that sometimes I don't know if these people are intentionally stupid and they can't comprehend things, or if they're just pretending to be R-worded.
That's a common problem I find with a lot of stuff lately. Is I can't tell whenever I see stuff like this, like, how many of you are genuinely stupid, and how many of you are just saying this shit because you're being paid to? I even had a discussion with
Yeah.
Scrump about this because I said to him, my biggest problem is I can't tell who is stupid and who's just doing. Because I even asked him before, is the people who push the propaganda, do you need like a cool down period where if you peddle this on a daily basis over and over again, are you not susceptible to eventually gravitating it yourself after peddling it so much? Do you need like a cooling down period where you're not exposed to it for like a week, otherwise you swallow it yourself? I don't actually know. I'm genuinely curious.
I don't get it either. But this is him pretending to be stupid. I assume he's pretending to be stupid. How did he not understand what he just said? Anyway, back to this.
In actual terms, yes, the more you earn, even if you do pay tax. But in percentage terms, those at the bottom would do best. And when you talk about the tax band,
that's not right.
A staff nurse, staff nurse now.
Yes. The people at the bottom would do better because of because
There's more
of the
money for them.
percentile breakdown. Yes, there's more money in the system. Even if those at the top, quote unquote, pay less. I know that it's hard for you to understand this, but they still pay more comparatively because that's how percentiles work. Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
Now pays 40p tax. Why should a staff nurse pay what for decades was top rate tax?
Somebody on the minimum wage would gain less absolutely and proportionally than somebody on average earnings on £95,000. No. Your tax proposals help people who are
You're not talking proportionally at all, though.
richer rather than poor.
Not in percentage terms.
It's true.
Not in percentage terms. Plus
but you
the really
admit
other
that
big part of the
absolutely
manifesto, which
somebody on £95,000 would gain the most.
Somebody's earning £95 a year and they got a tax cut. They would objectively earn more because they're earning more money overall.
They will earn more, but still the money goes into the system. If you tax, oh my God, you tax, let's say, I don't know, 15%. Let's use it just like a broad number. I don't know the exact tax rate. You say you tax 15% or 10% at those who make over £95,000 a year. Well, and you tax the people who make under
more money percentage equals that the bigger cut you can get because you're dealing with more money overall. Jesus, this is
the system because it's more money. Jesus H Christ.
In cash terms would benefit the most.
Right. In percentage terms, no.
That's not the question.
In cash terms, somebody on £95,000 would gain more.
In cash terms, it's percentages that matter, and that which does, by the way, end up and equivocate to cash inevitably. You just can't understand that because you're like, well, I have to pay 15% and they have to pay 15%. That's not fair. Yes, it is. Because your 15% is not the same as their 15% in terms of absolute value, you absolute troglodyte. Again, are you pretending to be retarded or not? I don't know.
More than somebody on average earnings on the minimum wage from your proposal. In cash
percentage terms.
Is this guy's name
I know,
Ed
but I'm asking you a
Balls,
straight
really?
question. See, the thing about you, Mr. Farage, is you're a straight...
I don't watch Good Morning Britain because I value my sanity.
The cash terms doesn't matter because the person earning a lower wage is earning lower cash in general.
Is he a former labor
someone with a higher income, if you cut their taxes, they will earn more money because they literally have a larger amount of money earned to begin with.
Oh, absurdist. So, what do you think, Spoon? Do you think is this idiot?
No, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. Yeah, I think
he's just
so.
a cock
Now,
up.
knowing he's a former Labour MP. Yeah. He knows.
Well, if he's a former Labour MP. Oh, then he actually might not. He's a former Labour MP. Then he's in dumb shit. They had a communist for a fucking leader beforehand.
True.
Games like Labour and the Conservatives.
No,
straight question. Straight question. Does somebody in cash terms gain more on £95,000? Well, just answer the question, yes or no.
The more you earn, the more you take home. Yes.
Duh.
Yes.
Oh, so the more that
the
you
bigger
pay.
my salary is, the more that I can get.
Oh, dude, what a
I earn more money with a higher
question.
salary.
What a stupid question. Yes, you're right. British journalism is always like... I would say this, is that, like, for as much as people talk shit about American journalism, and it is abysmal, British journalism oftentimes is some of the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life. It's just the most pedantic nonsense.
The thing is with America's journalism is it tends to suffer from this need to sales pitch, dramatize everything in a way that makes Americans appear quite comical.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because I remember when I was in America.
Dude?
Yeah, but it's British comedy. It's silly. Yes, it's silly. Whereas America's is just retarded.
You know what? That's
true.
The
difference.
This is silly. America's is sad.
Because when I remember the first time I was in America, I watched America's adverts and everything was so flashy and over the top, and the voice was like borderline screaming at me. I went, "How are you guys Americans like not amped and paranoid constantly?" Because I just felt weird being in your society. It's not. I would tell so many people, "Would you just calm the fuck down?"
Yes.
You're very amped.
The BBC is discovering basic
Constantly.
maths. Yes. They are.
For the first time, apparently.
The first time BBC discovers basic maths.
What do you mean this is so typical? Being asked questions and asked to answer them?
Oh my good God.
You silly bin. You two have sat there and just been absolutely
If I was there and someone spoke
R-worded.
to me with that tone of voice and that head nod, I would like smack the shit out of it just to get your head propped up back again. They were being asked questions like, fuck off, you condescending bint. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Well, what's happening here? What's happening here is we're coming along as the third biggest party, maybe even the second biggest party by the weekend in terms of the total number of people that want to vote for us. And we want to have an open debate about the things we stand for. Sure. Yeah. And we're getting stuck here on one very narrow point where I argue in percentages, you argue in actual terms. Why don't we talk about our energy policy?
Yeah.
Because it'll make you look good, Nish. That's the reason.
Again, what was so funny
Why don't we talk about things that will actually be good for the people? Well, we don't want you in power, so we're not going to talk about that. It's welcome to democracy. It's cringe and gay.
What was so funny about that is that you could tell that they both thought they had like an own on Nige, and he just like is like, do you have any understanding of very basic math?
Do you know what this point? Do you know what this point is? This is the problem with this kind of shit. Is if you have two people like this, okay, you will have a group of people that already agree with Nigel that will think the opposition look fucking stupid, because they do. Yeah. Then there's the other side who don't like Nigel, and whatever the hell these people do to antagonize him, the fact that he does not answer directly means that to them he looks weaselly. It doesn't matter if his answer makes sense, because all they're focused on is the rhetoric. They don't understand
the answer.
Yeah, and they don't care to. They just look at the body language.
They're not listening to the answer either.
Yes. The information that they process is not Nigel's answer. It's that he is not doing exactly as he is told, and therefore he has something to hide. That is how they process that exchange.
Mm-hmm. So in other UK news, now these are the Just Stop Oil people, I believe. I think so.
What the hell is that thing?
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't see this one. Okay, yes, they Just Stop Oil people. They have.
What is that voice? What?
Oh my God! Look at this.
What? My
giant
Bill.
No shoulders.
Get Bill and ask him what the hell that is.
I think Bill went to take a nap.
Okay, because Mike, what? I'm gonna take a line from Arch. I am reaching for the they them pronouns because I mean, honestly don't know what that is.
I don't know what gender this thing is.
Chaps, chat. You want to tell us?
It's clearly a woman because.
Are you sure that could be Harry Potter like 10 years ago?
Look at the shoulders.
Have you seen soy boys lately? They don't look far different from that.
I don't know. It's like, you're a non-binary, I guess. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but
Rob Boyd, that's a guy.
No, they're just posting this.
Oh, my name is Neve.
Neem. Okay.
No, that's Neve. That's how you pronounce that.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
This is one of the people who posted about what they vandalizing Stonehenge. Let's watch the video of them vandalizing Stonehenge first. Now, we watched them vandalize a whole bunch of stuff in the past. They vandalized a bunch
basically
of...
all old stuff that actually has value.
Yeah, usually they go into art galleries and vandalize those. They vandalize the picture, the new painting of King Charles.
I would love if one of those stones fell on them.
But this is Stonehenge. It's a... I think 5,000 years might actually be an underestimate, to be honest. An ancient... And why? And this is the question that... This is a psy-op, too. All right?
Of course, everything is a psy-op when it comes to these fuckers.
This is bullshit. Like, because what are you doing this for?
Have you noticed
stop
have
oil?
you noticed every time they do this shit, there's always a high definition camera around and an audience and some way to
yes,
upload
of
it.
course.
Yeah,
We talked about that before. Oh, Bill,
So-
by the
to-
way,
totally-
phenotype. Can you do a phenotype check on this person? What is this? All right, Bill, help me out here. Not sure. I mean, like, just is it a man or a woman? I thought it was a woman. Yeah. Yeah, no, Adam's apple. True.
the jawline is flirting with both though.
It's just an
Either
unattractive woman. Like, look, the shoulders, lack of Adam's apple. That's a female.
Okay, if you say so.
Shropshire. Okay, that's Bill's. That's what Bill says in his gut. Okay, so here they are defacing an ancient monument.
Just all is run by the area.
Yes. So it's
highly psy-op
it's
yes to not only against climate protesters,
yes,
but also push it so that
yes. Yep. Exactly. This is a psy-op so that the government can give excuses as to why it's illegal to protest, because these people are unhinged. Now, right now, they're letting them get away with it so that then they can use it as an excuse in the future to... Yeah, it's not going to do anything, but still, it's the disrespect of the... It's the same thing...
they're well-known users of oil.
Right. Again, yes, the Druids, we have well-known users. But it's the same thing as why they throw paint on paintings that are protected with a sheet of plexiglass so that they're not going to be destroyed. They do that on purpose so that they're making... This is completely pointless. This is all a psy-op. This is all fake. This is all paid for by... Yeah.
George Soros's people, probably.
Yes. Oh, yeah, they can claim insurance. Possible insurance, yeah. So it's all
no
a big scam. Yes. Hmm?
There's plumbing lines.
Well, that's crazy. Anyway, here we go. Let's watch them. Yeah. You go. The face of 5,000-year-old monument because the Celts were doing a lot of oil drilling. Like what? Like just pretend for a second that this was a real thing and these people weren't a complete and utter government psy-op. Why would you deface Stonehenge? A 5,000-plus-year-old monument.
No idea.
What is to be gained? Nothing, because this is all fake. This is just to make you mad at environmental protesters so that then, again, they can change the plot when they feel so inclined and say, look at how crazy these people are. I think so. I think Bill's probably right. And they always do this weird thing where then, once they get caught, they just sit cross-legged on the ground. I've always found that interesting.
Yeah,
like,
because they're not going to get in trouble.
Yeah. So here's this one.
My name's Neve, I'm 21, and I'm a student at the University of Oxford. Today,
Are you sure that's a
probably
girl?
Shouldn't be. I don't know now. I've heard them speak. It might be the most soy male I've ever seen.
I'm taking action with Just Stop Oil to demand that the UK government commits to signing the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Why?
Holy shit,
banning
that
fossil fuels by
Or else
2030.
what?
To refuse to do so is...
Well, they won't. I'm sure they are not in favor of nuclear. I'm sure they're not, which is actually clean energy. Which,
If they
for some
think
reason,
we're
no one on
all
the left
going
is
to
interested in
die,
researching.
well, of course not. It actually requires them doing
Yeah,
work.
because it's actually clean energy, and this is all
And that.
fake. Yeah.
to warrant death, destruction, and suffering on an absolutely immense and immense...
You don't know
I think-
that, you
I think,
absolute
and I think that's
twat.
actually what you're in favor of, to be fair.
Today, we'll be taking action at Stonehenge the day before the solstice for thousands of...
Oh, we didn't know it was the day before the solstice they did it. Oh, you did it. Oh my god. Just to add insult to injury. Oh, go fuck yourselves. Flying fuck. Oh my god.
What do they do?
They did it the day before the solstice.
Ew.
It's one of the high pagan holidays. Get fucked.
Years, people have come to Stonehenge on the solstice to celebrate our natural world, to celebrate the beauty of our natural world.
So you decided to deface a 5,000-year-old structure for the people who are coming to Stonehenge.
So let me get this straight. In order to save the Earth, you violated a bunch of stones.
In order to save the Earth...
You realize how fucking retarded that sounds, right?
Again, the people who are coming to Stonehenge to celebrate the solstice are people who venerate the Earth as well, because they're fucking pagans.
They would probably be more aligned with you than the fucking oil barons, and yet you pissed them off.
Yeah, deface
God, know your fucking PR, you absolute retards.
No, this is all fake. This is all fake. This is fake.
Yeah, but no, but it makes them look dumb. More so than they already do.
That's what I'm saying. It's fake. This is intended actually to make them look dumb on purpose, I think. It has to be. It's too stupid. It's too stupid for them this not to be actually a big psy-op, for this to intentionally make them look dumb and to make environmental protesters or climate protesters look idiotic. This is some kind of government psy-op. I just believe it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't otherwise or are they this stupid? Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Is this a psyop or are they this stupid? Let me put a poll out.
Why can't there be both?
Bill says that it's run by an oil heiress. So,
is
as you mentioned earlier, yes, he said that this Don't Stop Oil is run by an oil heiress. So,
what do they get out of it?
Just Stop Oil. Is it a psyop or is it legit?
Why is it run by the... What does the oil baroness get out of it?
Because it makes her look good. It makes oil look good by making them look dumb.
But we don't hate oil.
Oh, I should have added a both or option. Sorry, guys. Because people are saying... I've seen in the chat that a lot of people are saying it's both, so I think that... Really, Aiden's closer to being an armored skeptic 2.0. In what sense?
I'm not quite sure how you're...
In what sense?
After the last time you and I did an anything to do with armored skeptic, it was that fucking Columbus Day thing.
We made fun of him.
Yeah, because he looked like an idiot.
What if anywhere near armored skeptic? Holy shit. The day I become armored skeptic, please put a bullet in my head. Fuck.
Today, we'll be taking action at Stonehenge the day before the solstice.
Man, that is one smoker's voice.
Come to Stonehenge on the solstice to celebrate.
Oh no, you know what that is. This is actually, I think, a male presenting as a female, maybe, or something. I don't know, because it's like when you talk really light like that, and there's a lot of transgender MTFs do this, where they'll just kind of whisper because they don't want to give off their actual voice. I don't know.
It sounds quite creepy.
True.
Our natural world, to celebrate the beauty of our natural world. But I can't help thinking, what does it look like today and what the heck have we done to it? These stones have stood here for 5,000 years. What will the world look like in 5,000 years' time? Will our legacy be? It's becoming ever more clear that we end the fossil fuel era, or the fossil fuel era ends us.
You would end a crap load of lives if you ended fossil fuels. It's the thing that sustains human existence, you fucking moron. The amount of medicine that's made by oil is insane. You would just kill a shitload of people.
They don't even care about that. They don't even think about that stuff. No.
Of course not. They don't know anything.
I think it's a pooner, George. Alright, I'm gonna read the super chats before we move on. Gary Thomas for 10 says, "Hey, Dynamic Duo. When June rolled around, I braced myself for some power tool, effortry for the month, and I was pleasantly surprised they kept the degeneracy to a minimum. They've put the woke away, but remember, I think it's only temporary." I talked to Spoon about it, to Scrump about it earlier, and he said he doesn't think it's a temporary thing. He thinks that they're gonna put it away more longitudinally. I think they're gonna bring it back after the elections, but we'll see which one of us is correct.
For once, I actually disagree with Scrump. Hooray.
He seems to think that it's not useful to them anymore, so they'll switch to another tactic, I think.
Okay, well, I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. DRT is King for 5 says, if you're an American, the go-to for local friendly game store and if you're an American, the go to your local friendly game store and join in for free RPG Day, the only good holiday this week. Oh yeah, free RPG Day. Thank you, DRT. Yes, I've done those a couple times. They are fun. Artemis Fowl for 2 says, any bets she's one of those who gets off on abuse. I remember who that was about. The
one with the brick.
Yes, the one with the brick. DRT is King for 2 says, free RPG Day is this Saturday. Have fun and roll them. Thank you. Yes, let's have fun and roll them. Dustin Shootback for 10 says, you missed my joke last stream about the Acolyte episode 3 being an homage to another movie. Google space movie from 1992, but off screen, spoon will left. Oh, if you mean gay N-words from outer space. Is that what
yes, I have seen that.
Dustin Shootback
I have seen that movie and Aiden has not, which is insane to me.
I've not actually seen it, no.
Yeah,
Lance
that's really weird.
says,
For once, there's like a mimetic thing that I have seen that Aiden has not. Because she dunks on me constantly for not knowing internet fucking law, and she hasn't seen that.
You don't know
this is the
all
one that I can dunk, and it's like, ha, I've seen this thing that you haven't. Ha ha ha. For once.
Lancer5 says, well, I can't believe homogeneity of religion brings peace and order. I know, weird, right?
Oh,
I
shocking.
wonder if that extends to other characteristics. No, surely not. For £5 says, your king has returned from Madrid. I hope you had a fun vacation, by the way. And can the chat wish my oldest niece a happy belated birthday? She turned 3 yesterday. Rule Britannia. Happy birthday to your niece, Keza. And Rule Britannia. Richard Phillips, who's just became a member. Welcome to Squire status, sir. And then Jacob Lowe says, for €5, I think these true believers are clearly manipulated, used to achieve the complete opposite of what they intend. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that much is obvious.
Yeah. For the vast majority of them. Now, let's move
that should just tell you that people are not all that wise.
Yes.
Oh, yes, through education we can make people smarter. No, you can't. Education just makes people more susceptible to believing stupid shit.
Did you... This shit was so weird, right? So, Father's Day weekend in the United States is coming and going.
Oh, this...
Chuck Schumer...
is a retard.
Posted this on his Twitter. He says, our family has lived in an apartment building for all our years. Yeah, right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Come on. But my daughter and her wife just bought a house. Oh, can anyone... Oh my god, who would believe this?
Chuck, no one believes that.
My daughter and her wife, of course, just bought a house with a backyard, and for the first time we're having a barbecue with hot dogs and hamburgers on the grill. Father's Day heaven. Chuck Schumer is a multimillionaire.
And that explains why he has no idea how to grill.
But he's saying that
if they just bought that,
owned a house. He's never owned a house. He's never. I guess he is saying he's a landlord, but I'd like you to. Oh my god, he deleted the post, by the way.
Of course he did.
Oh my god, I'm sure most of you can understand the problem with this picture.
You're putting
as you can see,
cheese on raw patty.
They're not even raw. These are frozen patties. You can tell from the gray kind of coloring. Yeah.
And also, why is the sausage done already?
Yeah, the sausages are.
Why is it not
done.
on?
It doesn't even. There's a little bit of red down here. I can see.
Where's the smoke?
Yeah, there's no smoke. This is really. This is a stage.
It doesn't even look like it's on.
Again, there's a little bit of red, but this all seems super staged. There's a little red at the bottom of the grill. There's no smoke.
There's no heat, nothing.
Yeah,
that thing's not on.
The franks are done. These are a bunch of gray, pre-bought patties. This is a photo shoot. And it is. This is the man trying to talk to you as my fellow Americans. I'm just like you. I'm one of you.
He looks more and more as decrepit as George Soros, doesn't he?
What it gives me is real Mark Zuckerberg vibes. It gives me real.
He does look like an older version of the G-Man from Half-Life.
Yeah. Hey everyone, we are live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs and getting ready for the presidential debate tonight. So
it gives me just these vibes. Yeah.
The fact that he looks into the camera is really, really creepy.
Yeah.
Like, normal people who grill don't do this kind of shit.
Like, I mean, this is like a 30-minute video. It's creepy about him just talking. If you've never, this is an old video, but like, it gives me these vibes. You come off like an alien.
Yeah.
It's just cursed.
You don't need to tell us what you're doing.
It's super weird.
I am just like you. I'm relatable. Like, motherfucker, no, you are not.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer has been a politician for 49 years. He proved this weekend he has no idea how to grill a cheeseburger. Trust me about what the weather will do in 5 decades. Yeah. Meanwhile, here's Trump.
See, that's what a grill should look like.
Yeah, that's what a grill looks like. Look, this is cooked. That's a cooked burger. Trump's also a man from extreme privilege, but at least he knows what the fuck a cooked burger should look like. Good lord.
I would imagine
Christ
that
preserve
regardless
you, man.
of how wealthy you are, you should know how to grill meat. Just
You should
as
know,
a
like,
man.
what cooked meat looks like? And he puts cheese on an uncooked burger?
Also, grilling is fun. Cooking is fun.
Grilling
If you're
is fun.
not a man who knows how to cook, you're not a real man. You're a bitch. I don't know how to feed
love
yourself. That is like basic thing to do.
I love cooking. I don't understand people.
Although personally, I know my way around
I
I know my way around an oven more than I do anything else. I like baking.
Really, that's funny. You know what, Spin? It's funny because I don't like baking that much. I can bake. I can bake, but I'm not.
Baking is good shit.
That's so funny.
I was baking banana bread a couple of days ago.
Bill's just being rude and saying no one trusts a skinny cook. I make good food though, Bill, and you know that's true as well, sir. Mid.
No one trusts a skinny cook. Well, to be fair, no one trusts a really fat cook either because the food might kill you.
True. Okay, this is interesting. This is funny is what it is. So, you know, we keep hearing over and over again that Biden, of course, everyone's riding with Biden. He's doing really well.
No, they're not.
This is pretty funny.
CNN senior data reporter Harry Etten is with us. So where does the race stand among African-American voters right now?
Yeah, I keep looking for this to change, to go back to a historical norm, and it's simply...
Uh-huh.
Let me get this straight. Hold on a second. You want to go back to a historical norm with the oldest president ever.
So if you see here at the statistical polling, Biden was, with, you know, the black vote, 86% in 2020. He's now at 70% in 2024, right? Trump is up from 7% to 21%.
That's a hell of a jump.
Yes, it is. In the black vote, which is just we always vote Democrat no matter what. That is their biggest, most solid base in the United States is the black vote. Uh-oh. This is just funny.
Put, has not yet. So this is the margin, or Biden and Trump among black voters, compare where we were at this point in 2020, compare where we are now. You know, at this point, look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden was getting 86% of the African-American vote. Look at where it is now. It's 70%. That's a 16-point drop, John. And more than that, it's not just that Joe Biden is losing ground. It's that Donald Trump is gaining ground. You go from 7%, single digits at this point in 2020, to now 21%. And again, John, I keep looking for signs that this is going to go back to normal, and I don't.
What a giveaway. That this will go back to normal. That the blacks are on the Democrat plantation. I just love when they reveal themselves like that.
I don't even think they think of it that way.
No, they don't, but they reveal themselves unintentionally. That's what I find amusing. They reveal themselves unintentionally, that they're like, we're just waiting for it to go back to normal when the blacks just belong to us. On the Democrat side. It's crazy, right?
See it yet in the polling. If anything, right now we're careening towards a historic performance for a Republican presidential candidate, the likes of which we have not seen in 6 decades.
And when you dig into this number here, what is the makeup of that number?
This is where we get very interesting. So I decided to dive deep.
It's not complicated, but go ahead.
Deeper into the crosstabs, figure out where is it that Joe Biden is truly struggling among black voters. All right, so this is black voters, Biden versus Trump margin. Look at black.
He's perfectly fine within black women. It's black men who were fucking fed up for obvious reasons.
Voters age 50 and older. And you'll see, look, Joe Biden
I looked into the cross tabulations on this.
Was leading amongst this group at this point by 83 points back in 2020. Now it's 74 points. So yeah, a slight decline in that margin, but nothing out of this world. Look at black voters under the age of 50. Holy cow, folks. Holy cow. Look at this. Joe Biden was up by 80 points among this group back at this point in 2020. Look at where that margin has careened down towards. It's now just, get this, 37 points. That lead has dropped by more than half, Mr. Berman. I just never seen anything like this. I'm like speechless.
Really? It's not surprising.
It's not
what
rocket
has he done?
science.
Yeah, what has Biden done for the black community? You know?
Do you know what I find really weird?
Do you know not a shop at a pleasure? You know what?
Every group aside from whites have that phrase. Like, what have you done for us? This is something that I've noticed, right?
Yes.
This is
white's the only group that don't have that.
Every non-white group that I've ever met in my entire life has this entitlement attitude of you need to do something for us. The concept of doing something for yourself without requirement of the state is exclusively a Western phenomenon.
Yeah.
We do not look up to the state for something. The state's just there.
Yeah.
We don't look at it to do something of us. No, yes. And that's something that I just think is extremely weird. And I'm just going to shit on all black voters by saying this. Something that I find extremely strange with their demographic in America in particular is that in 1994 was the crime bill that, you know, Joe Biden says was really, really bad now. In 1994 was popular because there was a lot of crime. Bill Clinton put more black men in jail than anybody else.
Do you know who was in favor of the crime bill?
Democrats.
In particular?
What
portion? The black community was in favor of the crime bill because it was helping their own community.
Yes, because the main people affected by black criminals are other black people.
Other black people, yes.
Yes.
Obviously.
And you can see this because when Bill Clinton left office in the 90s, he didn't leave with a sour taste in the minds of black people. Like there was one of Dave, I think it was Killing Me Softly. Dave Chappelle openly said on stage, "I would vote for Bill Clinton again if I could." He got a round of applause for that, right? And then now, 30 years later, that very same crime bill that was praised in 1994 by black people will now suddenly get your condemnation. That makes no freaking sense to me whatsoever. Right? The tough on crime policies would work now. The one thing that to me makes absolutely no...
Because they realized via experience, to some degree, that the tough on crime stuff worked. The soft on crime stuff makes crime in their own community exacerbated. Duh.
Right. But
and you can you can't talk to people, largely speaking, logically. And I'm not just saying like the black community alone. It's everybody, all communities. Sometimes they have to learn via experience. They have to learn by feeling the weight and the pain of their own quote-unquote decisions, I think.
No, that's not going to work. Do you know why? Look at Trump right now. In 2016 from 2020, he got an increase in the black vote. However, despite the fact that he gave them the best employment record that they have ever had, they still voted for Biden. Now, the main thing that gets black support is the fact that he was prosecuted.
Yeah, true.
How in the hell do you tell me that you... Why do you tell me that we need to get educated people? The main educated information that black people were given is the fact that he's more relatable because he's a fucking criminal. Not because they got more politically astute or they know more politics. No. None of that shit matters. The main thing is that becomes more relatable because he's a fucking criminal. I do not want someone to vote for that. Because the thing is, I want to put someone who was a fucking criminal in office. That's who you want as a representative. But don't get these people to vote. That's dumb as shit.
This is the fundamental issue with democracy, right? Whether it's a democratic republic or not, is that people, you know, democracy is government by the people, for the people, but the people are retarded. And it's just the fact of the matter. It's why we are not in favor of democracies. Because people will vote based on their emotions. They will based on their whims. They will vote based on cultural nuance and bullshit that doesn't actually matter. They do not vote based on policy, based on understanding of those policies, based on anything on political understanding. They vote based on feelings and emotions and temporally based sort of temporary issues, right? They do not vote based on facts longitudinally, and that's why voting is a farce. It's why democracy is a farce. It doesn't matter if it's republic or not.
But that wouldn't even matter either way.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing, there is no point in you becoming more informed on policy. Because at the end of the day, you are not the one enacting policy. You can be the brightest, most astute political scientist unknown to fucking man, but if who you vote for,
you might not be.
Yeah, you're voting for an idiot or a crook with their own fucking ideals.
Yes,
so there's no point. There is no point whatsoever in you knowing anything about policy, because at the end of the day, somebody else is enacting the policy. There is no point in you engaging in any political ways, because you fundamentally, as a voter, change nothing whatsoever. There is no point engaging in any fucking political education at all. None.
It is perfectly put, Spoon. So if you are more politically educated, then you are able to make a better decision as to what policies you care about, what things that you think should change.
But the politicians won't.
However, the politicians don't give a shit. They appeal to the mass. And the masses don't give a shit about actual policy in terms because they don't know. So your political astuteness ultimately doesn't matter a damn. The better way of doing this is having a class or a specific leader, a monarch, if you will, who is trained from birth to understand this stuff and is trained only to do that. That is better than someone who only cares about getting your vote.
It's not only that.
Actual outcome variables.
Right, but think of it like this. Why do you not want young people to vote?
Well, we say we don't want young people to vote because they're uneducated, right?
Right. Okay. So the main thing is not age, it's the assumption that they don't know anything.
Yes.
Okay. So why does it stop at age? Why does it stop at age?
Adults don't know anything either. Right.
Right. So, but why does it stop at age then?
Good question. Because it shouldn't. Because then we should have. Kunat Leiden talks about this. Then maybe you should have a test, right? Now I don't agree with that either, because who makes the test?
No.
I used to, when I first read Kunat Leiden, I thought, well, I like this model. I still like the model in principle, but it's why you've won me over mostly towards the idea of absolute monarchy, because I don't think people are able to in any way make any kind of fucking decisions for themselves. Outside of their own. You can make decisions for your household. You can make decisions for your castle.
Right, but
not for the country, because people just can't. They can't think on that level.
But here's the point I'm trying to make.
But the country is the monarch's castle. It's his house. The same way that you can make decisions for your house, that's the monarch's decision, and he is trained in that way.
Right, but here's the thing the point I'm trying to make by asking the youth thing is that you don't want the collective will of everyone represented in practice. You only want the smarter people, the people that are more so-called informed. Because the theory behind this is this should mitigate and filter out the stupid and the ignorant voters and leave only those with political knowledge. That's the theory.
What's that called again? It's the rule of the elite, or
aristocracy?
No, it's the
rule by experts.
The experts, yeah. The term.
Because
technocracy, yeah.
Right, but here's the thing. In that scenario, it appears to me that people do not want the representative, the entire will of the mass represented. That seems to take a back seat when the will of the ignorant masses appear, which might lead me to conclude what society actually wants is not really representation. They would actually just rather have a class of rulers that are well versed in the art of statecraft. Yes,
and I think you're really gonna like my new video, Spoon. I'm only about a third of the way through editing it, but I did send you the
massively long thing.
The massively long thing. Yes, I sent you my script.
When Aiden, when I send a script, it's like maybe 1,500 words. When Aiden sends a script, it's 15,000 words.
Yes, of course it is.
My videos are about 5 to 10 minutes long. Aiden's is an hour and a half, and says, "Spoon, read this." Like, we are not the same.
What? No, it's funny. Like this. I
sent me a small bit, not the whole fucking thing.
I said some nice things about this dude Queeman. Who is like a drama YouTuber, whatever. But I said a lot of nice things about him to you and to Scrump and other people, because he made a really good video about Brianna Wu. And then the other day, for no apparent reason, he went after...
Full retard.
he went after my boy Claw, Deadwing Dork, for reasons I couldn't understand.
What's his name?
Deadwing Dork. Yeah, just like
that's a funny name.
I've known Claw for like
Deadwing Dork.
7 years. I've known him for forever.
Makes me
Dork made a video about this pedo hell site, right? And he got a strike for making. No. Oh, that's illegal. No. That's not allowed on KF at all. None of that stuff's allowed on KF. There's an actual like crazy pedo hell site ran by trans people, to be fair.
Of course it is.
Of course. And Dork got a strike despite the fact that he censored everything. He didn't show anything inappropriate. And Quimman just like went off on him. And Quimman is just like Chud Logic's protege, is the best way I could say it. If he watches this, Quimman, I've said nothing but nice things about you until you decided to go fucking ham against my friend Dork.
Sorry,
anywho,
the name.
Yeah, whatever. But like you went ham after Claw, Dork, Claw. They're analogous. You and just defended in doing so because Dork got a strike from YouTube. Quimman then came back and said essentially, "Well, you deserve it because you covered this pedo hell site. You shouldn't be allowed to expose that stuff. You showed stuff on YouTube. People shouldn't be able to see." And it was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? People should be aware." And she's like, "Why did you should have just reported it to the police. Why didn't you just report this site to the police?" Well, it's an American website. Claw's Canadian. What do you want him to do? And it's like, okay, he's exposing it to his audience so that they are aware of this crazy, horrifying website. And Quimman is like, "Well, you should have gone to the FBI." What? I mean, maybe, I guess he could have done that, but I think the best way to expose horrifying crap like that is to show people so that they can all see it and be like, "Oh my god, this horrifying thing is happening." And, the video got taken down, and Quimman basically was just, like, talking shit about Claw and saying, like, you deserve to have your video taken down because he was promoting it by talking about it?
I'm not sure how that makes sense.
No, I'm so confused by that. But then he came at me and said that, out of nowhere, because I just said, I went onto he was streaming about, he was seething and molding about, Claw talking about it. And said that I also do bad research because I said in a video I couldn't find a study in my rape statistics video because I couldn't find the study at the time. Now, by the way, I couldn't find that study. If you listen 5 seconds after I talk about how I couldn't find the study, and apparently it has been found now. It was not available when I did the research, but it is available now. I then said 5 seconds later, I took all the data. I took the assumed data as fact. I couldn't find the study, but because I couldn't find it, I took it as fact. And then he's like, "You're a shit researcher, you suck at this, you don't know what you're doing, you're a retard," and all this stuff. Like, this stupid kid, like, and he's like 17, so I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt to some extent.
He's 17, why the hell are you tampering with this fucking twat?
No, I think he's like 19, but it's like, you defended a PDF file website, and now you're coming at me for bad research. No, my research...
A 19-year-old is not someone you should ever pay attention to as if they matter. They're 19.
My research is Apex. So, nah, man.
They're 19. They literally, what they think does not matter.
That's true. That is true. But the only reason why I brought it up is because I promoted him. And,
the only reason you matter when you're that age is if you're a girl and you're pretty. Other than that, you can fuck off.
I thought he did a good job. And I legitimately said to Stump, I said, I will be watching his career with great interest because I think he is doing very good work. And then within legitimately within a week of me saying that, he came out.
You were Chancellor Palpatine.
Yes, I did a Palpatine. And within a week of me saying that, he not only went after my friend Claw, but then, and in doing so, defending a PDF file website, but then said that all of my research was invalid because I said I couldn't find a single study that I then said I would take as truth no matter what.
You're expecting a 19-year-old to be reasonable, by the way. That in itself is not reasonable.
Yeah, total fucking speed. And now, and by the way, we talked a little bit about the I'm Alex situation. He's defending I'm Alex, and saying that all the claims from his girlfriend, which includes really, really harrowing clips of him talking about beating her over the head with a brick and beating the shit out of her, and he admitted to kicking her in like multiple times. Admitted to doing that, and he's like, well, she's just a whore or something. She's a dumb bitch. I'm like, okay, all right, homie, you're a new YouTuber. You got less than 5,000 subs. Congrats.
Oh, he's a youngin' still.
Oh yes, you're a real youngin'. Your career's dead, though. I think maybe you come back from it. I hope so. You know what? I hope you can figure that out. I know you're a young kid. I was on your side, but not anymore. Anywho, that's it. Let's get back to this.
Because you always look at history and you go, okay, this is a historic moment. If this polling is anywhere near correct, we are looking at a historic moment right now where black voters under the age of 50, which have historically been such a big part of the Democratic coalition, are leaving it in droves.
That is a huge drop over a 4-year period, at least right now. All right, what's the impact of third-party candidacies here? Robert Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, all right, so obviously we have third-party candidates this year with the two major party candidates being so disliked. All right, so this is black voters, Biden versus Trump in the battleground states. This was according to a poll last month from the New York Times, Siena College. Again, looks very similar to what we see nationally, right? Joe Biden at 63, a very poor position for a Democratic candidate. Donald Trump at 23%. If we add Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to this, look where Joe Biden drops to. Less than half the vote among black voters. Less than half the vote among black voters in the battleground states. Donald Trump drops
This is cope. You are coping so hard.
As well to 14%, so not quite nearly as historic. But look at this, RFK with 11%. You basically have a legitimate sort of three-way race here. Yeah, Joe Biden well ahead.
I don't think you really do.
But with less than 50% of the vote, John, I never thought I would see something like this among black voters.
And for those questioning who Robert Kennedy would hurt more, at least.
Yeah, this is you ain't black thing. This is what this is, Neon Suspenders. This is a you ain't black thing from CNN from two.
And also, black people are now second rate behind immigrants.
Yeah.
Or as illegal people, as we call them.
Yes. Far more influential.
These numbers in this measurement right here, Biden loses 14, Trump loses 9. So it's clearly Joe Biden.
It's exactly right. It seems to me this is, yes, it's partially a artifact of Donald Trump perhaps being better liked among black voters, but it's also a real artifact of Joe Biden being significantly less liked among black voters than he was.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because he's been an absolute shitter. How could that happen? Now, it's all right, though, because we've got celebrities to come out and defend Joe Biden and make sure that people are going to vote for him. We've got Jack Black here. Oh, my God.
I haven't even seen this, by the way.
Just look at the absolute state of this
Santa Claus?
Santa Claus wearing the red eyes Joe Biden shirt and then American overalls, American flag dungaroos.
When was the last time Jack Black was even relevant?
15 years ago.
Probably, yeah.
So my manager called me and said George Clooney and Julia Roberts wanted me to help out the president and speak here tonight. And I said, I am.
So you got called by your manager who told you to come run defense.
Yeah, basically lackey boy.
Yeah, you got to come out here and be a lackey. Let's see what he does.
But by the way, let's listen to those names: George Clooney, Jack Black, Julia Roberts. When were any of those people relevant in Hollywood?
Basically, George Clooney and Julia Roberts still probably have some pull. Jack Black, not so much probably. Again, all 10 years ago, I'd say.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it looks like you were desperate for a fucking gig. You're desperate to get your name out because you want to feel like you matter for once in like fucking a decade. Because no one gives a shit about you. And this is the way that you end your fucking legacy. It's by fucking simping for a like an eight-decade-old fucking man shitting his pants who doesn't know when to sit, whose son is a crackhead, and he has a fucking... he's got a grandson of a strip child. Strip child? What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah.
In women wear.
Stripper.
And thank you.
Why are you applauding that? You cringe homosexual.
And then they said, Jack, we know how busy you are. You don't have time.
What do you mean? Busy doing what?
Nothing. Again, this is just so hype. No, this is him hyping himself up.
Look at all the other events that are happening tonight that you already turned down.
Like what?
MC at the
Oh my God, dude, the ego on this man. The ego. All the other events, like what? Name one.
Spiegelman bat mitzvah.
Okay, he's gonna.
The opening of the new Jack in the Box in Oxnard. judge at the second annual Imperial Valley Avocado Festival.
But still,
These are all like liberal jokes that are shit.
Yes, I know it's liberal jokes, but he has this mindset that he is this important. He is this important. I know he's mocking it, but he has this mindset.
You don't see that on Meryl Streep's resume. I said, I know I turned them down, but my president needs me. Thank you.
The cringe.
I don't actually know how self-effacing he's being, guys. I don't actually know. I think he's being a little bit self-deprecating, but
that tends to be Jack Black's humor.
Yes, I'm not sure how much he buys it anymore, though. I'm really not sure.
And then they hit me with the big one. They said, Jack, you can't go. You have nothing to wear. Your good suit is in the cleaners.
With that fucking beard?
Wrong, because I had this to wear. My kick-ass American flag overalls. Most patriotic outfit of all times.
But like, you hate America, dude.
That shut him up. There wasn't much they could say after that. And when the president wins in November...
He won't.
Yeah! I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a sweet shout out in his victory speech for what I gave up to be here. Because when democracy is at stake...
I can't.
Pull up the soundboard.
This level of cringe. God help me, no.
I gotta get into the soundboard. Oy. Where is it?
You said the word again! I was extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
I love democracy.
I love
the Republic.
I love the Republic.
I think I got one more.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Nah. Keep using that word, dude.
Jack Black answers the call. Mr. President, you're welcome. That's not the president. That's not Judge. It's a random dude. But I thought it would look better if I talked right to a guy.
Yes, smarmy, self-righteous these progressive celebrities are. It is so tiresome. Yes, thank you, Chris.
Are these people supposed to be light, influential, even funny? I don't get what exactly they offer.
I don't know. That's the clip that I had, but the transcript also, there's more of it here.
Like, I want to know, like who do you think you're actually appealing to? Like, I want to know.
That was the whole thing.
Did you who were you unsure about up until Jack Black decided to do this kid? Like, oh my God, I must jump in and save Joe Biden. Like,
yeah.
What world do you live in where you think that's like a real thing? I really want to know.
So, Brian Krasenstein, who is a complete lunatic.
He's also a Fed boy.
Yes, he's a Fed boy. Is going to hear explain to you why crime is down and everything is better under Joe Biden.
I don't know about all of you, but I'm tired of all of the false narratives about the economy, about crime.
Yeah, you mean the truth.
I know truth is very difficult for you.
People can feel when they walk down the street and are more afraid than ever because they know they're going to be attacked.
Krasenstein, I wonder why you are familiar with lies.
And the way
the noticing.
Is lies, damned lies and statistics. And they are using this, only using the COVID rates, right? Things that happen under COVID, yes, crime was down during
People
COVID.
still talk about the
Continue
COVID?
to use that. No, they just use still COVID statistics. That's what they do. That's lies, damned lies, and statistics, Brian. I'm onto your ass because you can't fuck with a statistician, man.
About everything that's being used to attack President Biden. MAGA wants you to believe that crime is exploding under Democrats. But the only thing that's actually going up is the crime that is being videotaped and posted online on social.
No.
Okay, but let's say that was the case. Okay, let's just say that is true, right? Where's that crime coming from?
Yeah.
Social media.
But the whole thing, that's like the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Like you do realize if there was more crime videos, it might be because there's more fucking crime.
Yeah, weird, right?
You twat.
Almost like a lot of
What?
people
Just
reported
like, what
because
this is shittiest argument.
Because liberal cities also are that you have cut all of your police departments and they don't have anyone to fucking work there anymore to even calculate the crime rates properly. However, even with that being the case, crime rates are still up. You are misreporting.
You said
on these
fiery, mostly peaceful protests on CNN in front of a building on fire.
Yeah, it's the Ring cameras that did it, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Here are the actual facts on crime in America.
It could also just be because you stopped counting the crime.
Look at the murder. How can he say that murder is on a downward turn after Trump? Look at this. Look at the peak. Look at it where it is. It's at the 7, where with Trump, it was at the 6. How? I'm
Speechless? Confused?
I'm flabbergasted. How could you put
How are you flabbergasted? He's one of the most known paid DNC shills.
I know, but how would you put this on screen and say murder's down? I mean, it's down from its peak, yeah, but its peak happened right around the end of Trump when you were getting everybody all fucking worked up.
Democratic cities were on friggin' fire, and then you go, "Oh, this is Trump's fault." Like, you do realize when you have a Democratic city that has a mayor, governor, everything that is Democrat, and when it's on fire, like, this is Trump's fault. No, it isn't, you stupid motherfucker.
2017 through 2021, through the beginning of through mid 2020, look at the crime rate versus where it was at.
Yeah.
During the elections.
It's never been lower than 90% of Trump's presidency, and now you're saying crime is down. Yeah, crime is down from the highest it's ever been.
The high peak, yeah. Is this guy like Brooklyn Dad? Yeah, sort of.
Dumbass. Oh yeah, he is.
Trump's crime wave. Under Biden,
Trump's crime
murder
wave
is down 26.4%.
From its peak under Biden. From its peak under Biden. From its peak under Biden. How can you say this stuff when you just showed that graph? I don't understand. This absolutely drives. Again, like this dude is like, you couldn't find this one study, so that means all of your research is fake. Okay. Versus this guy who just showed a graph and then just contradicted himself within 10 seconds, within 5 seconds. Unbelievable. Like, I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills.
You are.
Rape is down 25.7%.
From its peak. During whom?
Robbery is down 17.8%.
From its peak. During whom?
Have you seen San Francisco?
Fortunately, no.
Fucking hell.
15%. Just stop allowing social media video clips to impact your perception of reality and what's really
That's literally what you're doing right now.
It is literally what you're doing.
That is literally what you're doing right now. Don't let social media perspective warp you. That is literally what you're doing.
This is, okay, so murders have been on a decline for a long time. This is actually not entirely accurate, but like, here's the murder wave of the pandemic. You can see that it returned to pre-pandemic levels, okay? It's not vastly down. It's not. It's returned to normative levels where it was beforehand. Murders. All the other crime is up, still, comparatively to when it was under Trump.
Oh, and former president crime is actually up 100%.
Oh my god, what a fucking... Oh, because Donald Trump did crimes. You want to talk about Joe Biden's crimes?
Crime that he's president. Literally,
all of
actually.
His crimes? All of Joe Biden's crimes? Let's just ignore all those. We shouldn't look at those.
Yeah, because the DOJ says so.
Man, it's ridiculous.
The DOJ is very honest.
Yes. So this
but
is Louis
my
CK
feeling is
has some real insane beliefs. And
okay.
This is what. Yeah.
Okay, so
this is him on Joe Rogan.
I kind of agree with him.
I am gonna. Okay, we'll talk about it. But I would say that largely, this is the suicidal beliefs of the left.
By the way, his face is like really accurate for that thing.
You tell me why you. because there's parts where I do agree with Louis C.K., but
overall, no.
No,
but
the
parts that he
are suicidal.
The parts that he critiques are correct, but like a lot of the left things that they believe is just like your solution is really wrong.
Yeah, let's get into it.
But my feeling is they should open the border.
That's
let them pour in, let everybody pour in, and then the answer, which is, well, then there will be all these problems. Yes, there should be. It shouldn't be so great here.
See, that's the dumb part.
It shouldn't be so great here. Just let horrible people let
that part is
stupid.
People
pour in, and it shouldn't be great here. That's an insane statement.
That's what I'm saying. In America, it shouldn't be. It's a weird thing to sequester a certain group of people and try to keep upping their lifespan and their lifestyle, and just keep trying to increase that for this group of people, and then this pressure of people trying to come in so they can enjoy it. And then it gets worse and worse down here. I mean, I'm not in Canada.
But that's a false dichotomy.
Right. But there is an element of truth to that, in the sense that if you are trying to elevate one group of people constantly up and up and up, because you will eventually hit a ceiling.
It's a nation, is what he's talking about.
Yes, I agree.
And that's fine.
But
I think it's fine for a nation to build itself up.
Yes, but I think his point was that in order for that build-up to keep going, you constantly need an influx of people.
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's true?
Nope. Not if you have a healthy birth rate. No.
No, we don't.
Right, but why do we not have a healthy birth rate?
Do you really want me to?
Let's not get into it.
That's a good answer.
My point is, we don't have a healthy birth rate. That's why we need to bring in other people.
Yeah, do you know what's really funny when people say that don't have kids, the climate's going to die. Oh, we have a declining birth rate. We need to bring in more immigrants. Like, really? Why can't the native population do that naturally?
Yeah.
Why do we need to bring in these foreigners who have never built shit in their own fucking countries? I mean, if they're so good, are we not committing a crime by taking their brains? Is that not a brain drain? It's like, I would imagine that is what you're actually doing. Yes, but we don't care about that because us very white liberals, see, we want to feel good about using their labor to make our civilizations great and giving them a chance to prop up our wealth, you fucking demented
Not to make the civilization great, just to prop up their wealth.
Yes.
So they can clean their toilets.
Yes. That is all you're doing.
What that is. Yes. So,
basically, you just want a slave class. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. Louis C.K. wants his slave class, despite being a Mexican himself, by the way. I know you might not be able to tell from looking at him, but
by the way, did you know his father was Jewish?
Yes. But, interesting how you would like a slave class of people.
Yes.
It's really just from down here. There's something wrong with that. That's not a system that's working.
Yes, it is.
And it forces people to do cruel things to other people. There's a lot of people that die so Americans can be safe.
He's right about that part.
That is true. But I'm not sure what it has to do with the economic.
But then it becomes a case of you have shitty, evil rulers.
Yes.
And also,
they're just dying.
That has to do with the military-industrial complex, not so much as it does with the economic system.
Yes, I think that is to do with the American system of control. That has nothing to do with the American way of life as far as its everyday people goes.
No. And he's saying that just his kind of argument here is just like by being wealthy, that is depressing other people. No, it's not. In fact, by being wealthy, America helps out everybody else in having potential capacity to earn wealth as well.
I will say
the best wealth. It might not be the best way of earning money. It probably isn't. It's probably very fucking terrible.
One thing
by destroying America's capacity to earn money, as commies like Louis C.K. would prefer, then you're not going to have any fucking wealth to spread around. Any resources to spread around.
Well, one thing that I do like about with how passively agree the Irish should be is to bully them into accepting an Afrikaner king. I would not want to take over the Irish population.
For 5.
Yeah. I don't think I would want to take over the Irish population, mainly because why would I want to rule inferior people?
Good God.
Sorry. I had to say that. I had to say that. It's funny. No, but there is the one thing I do like about all of this immigration shit is it makes white supremacy look real. Because when we were ruling your countries, you had prosperity and safety because we ruled. When we fucked off, your places tanked and shit, and you had to come back to the people that so-called oppressed you.
Empire of Dust argument.
Yes. So please spare me this crap that we are oppressive. No, you want to worship us because your own people suck us and you can't be ruled. We make better rulers for you to the point where you come to our fucking nations. Which means that you were not able to build shit on your fucking own. You needed European help to do anything.
And then they want to come here and take what we built and be
yeah,
like,
because
this
you
is ours
suck.
now. And then want to kick us out.
It was never oppression. We were just objectively
They
better people.
And the reality is that they can't run it. They can't.
No, they can't.
You can't run it. It's not yours.
We're
you
better
don't know
than
how to
you.
run it.
You know, weddings that are drone bombed in Yemen because a guy said something that might have resulted in American insecurity. Not even like definite American deaths.
And that's mainly the Saudis doing that. Let's not get the Americans involved here. Although it is the Americans supplying the weaponry to bomb. That is true.
As I say, both are true.
Breathe a little easier. Folks die. And folks do labor in unsafe places so that we can keep the prices.
Do you know how
that part is true,
unsafe
though.
labor in the United States? Do you know who does unsafe labor in the United
People work in
States?
skyscrapers?
Do you know who does unsafe labor in the United States, Louis?
Children?
It is people who are brought over across the border illegally and work as slaves and therefore are not kept under OSHA regulations or any other kind of the regulations that every other person in the United States who works a job is regulated under because they are illegal immigrants and therefore are not kept under American law. You know who gets fucking treated like subhuman trash? The immigrants that you are demanding there be more of. They are slaves. You idiot. This has been driving me nuts for 15 fucking years. How the supposed caring and loving left. And I've got a whole video as to why people actually don't care or give a shit at all. This is all about just preserving their own wealth.
They just want to appear like they give a shit.
Yes, they want to appear like they give a shit and they want to preserve their own wealth and value.
By the way, that's exactly the same thing to do with voting.
Yes, the people who get most screwed over by this are the slaves. The people who come over here as essentially slaves because they are brought over here by coyotes. They are slaves in the U.S. They don't work for minimum wage. They work for $1 an hour if they get that, if they're lucky. And if they stop working, they get sent back home. It's been that way for what? For decades and decades and decades. And you're saying, oh, that's a good thing. Your mother, I believe, Louis, is a Mexican woman. I think.
Yeah, I think his father is Hungarian.
What are you doing? Do you not understand how predatory that system is?
Where we like them. There's so much about American life that other people pay for. That's part of it. But also, it's not good for us either. It's not a good way to live in a gated community, you know? If you let folks pour in like any other way...
Why is it not a good thing to live in a gated community?
It'll kind of slosh, and then things will be different.
Why is that better? But why is that good? Where's your argument as to why that's good?
I don't know, like, what'll really happen? A bunch of people, like, will they just come with knives and start killing everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's actually, they do.
Have you looked at England lately?
We literally have people here on Ireland roaming the streets with machetes.
With machetes, just walking around killing people with knives. It happens in England. It happens all across the UK. What are you talking about? They come over and they just stab people for literally no reason, and they laugh about it.
Louis, do you understand that other people around the world do not think like you?
Mm-mm.
They don't have rule of law. They don't have any functional society, and they're ruled by violence. Which means if they go into other place where there is wealth and there is no one to regulate that behavior, they just kill indiscriminately.
Yes, he's so inside of his Californian bubble, he doesn't understand that, yes, they do come over and just start stabbing. Yes, they do. Absolute.
They're basically
idiot.
Primitive tribes.
Yes. So, let's go into we're now moving into the woman moment segment. I would say that Louis C.K. is a good sort of segue there because he's basically a woman.
Absolutely will. Yeah.
So here's Jillian Michaels giving
this.
her... Dude, I'm only going to play this part. It's long, but I'm only going to play this part because this is...
I'm actually going to do a video on this.
Peak woman moment.
California got too crazy for me. Why?
So why did California get too crazy for you, and why did you leave California?
Okay. This is my parting line.
By the way, I'd just like to say, you could see that when she holds her head up like that, she knows that she has to explain this in a very specific way, because she knows that this looks bad on her. She knows it, okay? She knows that you gotta explain, why did you sit there and vote for Californian politics over and over and over again for 30 years or whatever, and then leave after your politics became manifest in reality?
I grew up here. I'm a woman. I'm a gay woman. My mom's a Jew.
Okay.
My dad's an Arab.
Okay, thank you.
I have a black kid.
So she's giving us her whole list of all of her id pol shit.
Believe it or not, my son is half Latin, even though he doesn't look like it. I hold 1 million cards in your game of woke victimology poker. And
Hold on
when
a second.
I leave California...
Wait, how do you have anything? Those things are not you. That's just your family.
Yeah.
You don't have any fucking cards.
Those are her immutable characteristics. Well, no, she adopted the kids.
You're basically gay. That's it.
Just she's gay.
That's it.
One of her parents is
I've never seen anyone claim
brown.
victimhood because of their fucking parental heritage.
Oh yeah, they have all the time. My family's black all the time. You know. I'm
Yeah,
Jewish.
but that's just but you're black. No one can look at you and go, "Oh, look, you come from a mixed background that's somehow oppressed."
No,
I've not
but
seen
she's
that.
She's half Jewish. She's half black. Like she's just like.
Bitch, if you're fucking Jewish, you come from fucking privilege.
Bing ho, yeah, very good. Bing ho, not bingo. She's playing bing ho. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds
and
Asian.
I'm gay.
Maybe you've lost your fucking mind. Just maybe. Like,
who's responsible for the government losing its mind? Could it be because you voted for every single leftist politician and leftist policy over your entire life that you lived in California, and now it came to bite you in the ass, and you didn't quite like how it worked out because it's not very beneficial to you because it is anti-human. How about that? It's anti-human.
When you have
you don't like seeing all those homeless people on the streets. You don't like the government giving out needles to the homeless like they do in California. You don't like them telling your children that they are going to be transgender is the kind of stuff they basically do in those public schools in CA. You don't like the fact that you don't have any fucking rights. You can't own a gun. You can't do anything in California. You don't like that all of a sudden? All the things you voted for? All the things you spent all of your life voting for, all of a sudden you don't like them so much? You voted for this. Women, this is the biggest woman moment I think I've ever seen. Of her sitting there and having to realize that her entire intellectual paradigm has created a society that she hates.
Aiden,
but she's not going to change.
This is like the one thing. This is like the one thing I'll criticize about you, is that's all well and good, but there's no way in hell you could get all of that from just that short clip. The rest of what she's gonna say, yes.
Oh, sorry. She's
you
gonna
like
go through
basically
it.
shot the gun way too early.
It's because I've seen the whole clip. Sorry, guys.
Yes.
I'll let her cook now, and now you can watch it. But trust me, I'm right with what I just said.
Me.
Of course, you've seen the rest of the fucking clip.
From home. Maybe it's gone way too far. What was the line? Like what was it? My God, I guess girl, the there's end not there.
enough time. And
yeah, you can't even be specific.
I actually take this line from Bill and Elon Musk, and they're like, I actually haven't changed. Yes. The world around me is shifting, and I haven't moved.
That is the whole clip, isn't it?
No. There's gonna be a bit more, but that is the bit.
It's crazy.
That pissed me off.
It's the bit that pissed me off as well.
Yes,
but I haven't moved.
But that's the thing, is that if you are constantly complaining right now of the policies that have been enacted, and you are telling me that I haven't changed. That tells me that you haven't learned a fucking thing. Because if you enact all this shit and you believe that your policies or your perspectives has an influence on the politics, and you don't change despite the fact that everything has been enacted and it's gotten worse, and you still believe them, you can't self-reflect. That tells me you have low IQ and you're an idiot.
If you keep voting the same way,
yes,
then it's your policies, is it not?
Yes. I fundamentally cannot understand this perspective. If more and more of your beliefs are brought into being and you don't like it to the point where you are fleeing the state, you don't have the capacity to reflect and think, maybe my belief system is not compatible with reality. Maybe my belief system is exploitable. Maybe I'm wrong and reality doesn't give a fuck what the hell I think. The onus is on you to change. If you can't self-reflect and recognize that problem, I'm led to believe you're an idiot.
No, her takeaway is, no, it's somebody else's fault. So I'll go to Texas and vote the exact same way for all the exact same shit.
And she's going to go, watch now.
Yeah.
No, just let her cook.
That are passing here are absolutely fucking mind-boggling in relation to crime, protecting our kids. Like, we're decriminalizing everything, which arguably I would probably be okay with, but we're not regulating any of it. Right?
Okay, stop right there.
So you're not okay with decriminalizing everything if you want regulation.
This part triggered the shit out of me. There's so much stupidity to deal with.
What a
my mind.
Thing she just said. What a crazy thing she just said.
If certain things are basically made criminal elements for a reason. There's a reason why there's laws against it. It's because you don't want them in your society. That's why they're fucking crimes. That is in itself a regulation of behavior. There's two behaviors. There's internal regulation, external. The external ones, the crimes are regulated by the fucking state. If you remove them, you are going to get more of it, you dumbass.
Yeah.
How do you not know that?
Because she doesn't recognize that she voted for
and
this.
Then she just said, we're not regulating it. Motherfucker, the fact that it was a crime is the regulation.
Yes, that's the regulation. Then it was a crime.
Clown world.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable to see this kind of nonsense that she's like, well, why weren't we regulating it? That's what laws are. And then she votes for get rid of all the laws.
Keep going, she's gonna make it worse.
I know.
It's like, okay, you're going to decriminalize sex work, but only so women can legally loiter on the streets. Like, not to keep them safe, not to have them pay taxes, not to make them, regularly check for STDs, not to take away the pimps out of the...
Yeah, but that's what you asked for. Decriminalization. It was decriminalized.
Like, if you made that...
Hold on a second. If you decriminalize that, it means you're okay with the behavior.
Yes. And you're saying there's nothing criminal
you are
about
going to get more sex workers if you decriminalize the activity. How do you not get this?
Because then she's like, well, daddy government has to step in and fix all these other things.
I don't understand how you reason this. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like, she probably look at like the Las Vegas model, but the Vegas model, the Nevada model, worked over a long period of time, and I think does work because, yes, it was over a very, very long period of time, but
there's also the mob there.
You freaks in California just said, oh, decriminalize sex work, and no, there's not going to be any kind of, no help for these women. Now, I'm not necessarily in favor of legalized sex work, but if there is a state in the United States where it does work, it's in Nevada, and the reason why is because prostitutes have to submit to, and not just prostitutes, the men who peruse sex brothels have to also submit, I believe, to STD tests.
You basically want to make a red light district.
But, like, there are a whole bunch of laws in place in Nevada that make it so, like, if you want to go fuck a hooker in Nevada, you take an STD test, you have to, you're in a brothel, essentially, that's got a ton of bouncers around it. If you try to rape or abuse or assault that prostitute, you're going to go to jail immediately. You're going to be arrested because you're going to be known for that. Like, I mean, you're going to be found out immediately because you're within this specific thing. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that is a very specific way in which if you want to operate a brothel, a sex industry, then that's how you should probably do it. Is in that kind of very, very regulated environment. But she
Please do it in a classy way.
I didn't realize that if we just decriminalize prostitution, that all of a sudden there would be all this sex crime, and that there would be all this sex crime because there weren't the other things in place to, protect it the way that there are in, for example, Nevada. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but still,
if you built a whole bunch of brothels, I could maybe understand it.
She's just, and I think if you're going to have sex work, brothels are really the best way to do it. If you're going to do it,
possibly the only way.
Agreeing with it, but I think it's the only way you can do it because then you're gonna have men there who are gonna act as bouncers. You're gonna have STD testing. You're going to have all this other stuff that's going to make sure that those women are not going to be abused. That's the best way that I can
Most
figure
of them
out
already
how
are.
to. Yes, they're already being probably abused in other ways. But if you're, that's
Mentally.
the best way I can see how to protect sex workers is to work in brothels. What? What's that, Bill?
Beats working in Congress with their fucking ass. Las Vegas is the middle of the desert. Yeah, who needs a jail? Yeah, if you fuck with them, then they'll just throw you out in the fucking fields.
Oh god, the horrible bug is here.
The one with the fluttering wings?
No, I hate, it's the crane flies. I hate them. It's summer. Killed it. No!
Aiden turns into a 5-year-old, by the way.
I hate these. Dude, you don't know they look. They're huge.
I know what they look like, Aiden.
They're enormous. They're like the size of. They're
I
like
know.
3 inches big. They're huge. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Anyway. What, Bill? Why do communists only believe in capitalism as it concerns the selling of the human body? Is what Bill asks. It's a good question. Good question. Yeah, no freedoms of markets, but freedom to sell your body. That's very curious.
Argument to me, I'd be like, well, yes, we want, of course.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I could be liberal. I could go there with you. But
Why?
I grew up this way. But when it's like, oh, and then what we're going to do...
Hang on. What's that, Bill? Hang on. In Belgium, sex workers... Oh, yeah, in Belgium, sex workers can only refuse sex a certain number of times, yeah. I have heard that.
I remember. Dankula did a bit about that.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed my ass off when he went like, "Oh, even the whores are unionizing."
Yeah, even the whores are unionizing. Yeah, because it's like eventually
they kill me.
Yeah, then eventually you have to just say yes, essentially.
Is we're going to pass a law for LGBTQ rights,
which is bull.
So that 24-year-old men can sleep with 14-year-old boys and not have to register as a sex offender because it's
that's a real fucking thing, by the way. Just like to point that out. She's not wrong on that.
That's not fair to the gays. I'm like, what?
You voted for this.
You are a gay, by the way.
You were the one who made all of this a reality. Your votes and people who think like you. So I'm using you as an avatar of it. You voted for this. This is what you wanted. All of a sudden you realize you didn't like... Oh, is it not the consequences of my own actions?
It's what? Like, I don't know if you saw that one. That was like, I think early 2020 when they passed that law. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, if a 24-year-old man touches my 14-year-old son, I will get a gun.
Not in California, you won't.
Not in California, yep. What are you gonna do? You voted for it. You were in favor of this. It's you who made your bed, now sleep in it.
My own hands. Yes. Like, are you fucking kidding? Or the fact that a 12-year-old child can be put on off-label cancer drugs to irreparably change their body.
This is the first time I've ever actually heard a leftoid use the word cancer drugs to refer to hormone blockers. So that's kind of curious. So that might be a sign of the shifting of the times of putting the woke away. But they are off-label cancer drugs. All of the drugs that are used for transgenders, by the way, from the hormone blockers to the even to the hormone replacement therapy stuff, is off-label. None of it's been tested. It's just been prescribed this way. So like the hormone blockers, I've talked about this many times, but just to go over it again, I was on what is called a hormone block, or what is used often as a hormone blocker, which is Lupron Depot, which is a drug that's used to treat, in my case, endometriosis, which is a severe a genetic disorder involving that I have the cells that are supposed to be in your uterus appeared in other parts of my body. That's the cells that slough off when you have a menstrual cycle. Which causes extreme internal scarring and pain. And it's also used to chemically castrate pedophiles, that same drug is. But what it was meant for, and what it has been tested in, is women who have this disease that I have, endometriosis, and other similar diseases like polycystic
Who is this woman? Is she
syndrome.
Jewish? Yes, she is Jewish.
Yeah, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and to chemically castrate pedophiles, and now is being used off-label to prevent. And by the way, it was also used in cases of precocious puberty. So there is something that happens sometimes where like children as young as 6 years old will start to go through puberty. That's not obviously supposed to happen. So you would use something like Lupron Depot to try and prevent puberty, right? To stave it off in children who have this also horrible genetic sort of condition or disease.
Does it mean they age sooner?
No, they just it's a genetic disorder. That being said, now it's being used
12-year-old with a
off-label.
beard, jacked.
Now it's being used off-label. It's been used off-label for decades now for this transgender stuff with there's no research going in. No research. It's as a scientist, albeit a social scientist, it still drives me absolutely up the wall. Drives me mad. How are you doing this? Just with no research in children, except for the precocious puberty research, which is not quite the same thing. God, it drives me mad.
Again, if my son came to me and said, "Mom, or my daughter, I think I'm trans," I'd say, "Okay, like, you want to dress this way? You want me to call you whatever the heck you want me to address? Fine. Explore it. I love you. I'm cool. Like, do you, as long as we're safe. But
Okay,
we're not changing your body until it's...
Yeah, but you have no idea if it's safe or not, do you?
That is the reason why gays should not adopt. Because if you
And
had
I
a
mean-
man who said that shit, the father would instantly go, "No, you are fucking
No, you're
not."
not.
The
No,
father
you're
would not enable that shit of mommy will listen to me and do what the hell I want.
Yeah,
Father
mommy,
will put his foot
yes.
down and say, no, you are in my roof. I will not tolerate that shit.
Because
If I had a kid and someone came to me and said, who told you this crap so I can go
Yeah,
and
who
crack their
told you
neck
this?
with a fucking tire iron?
Who told you you're a girl? Who told you you're a boy?
Fucking hell, if a fucking child came to you and said, "I'm the opposite sex," like, shut up, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, a 12-year-old, come on.
They don't know anything. Why the hell are you enabling that behavior? You're an idiot.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Conversation's over. Can't get a fucking tattoo.
Exactly.
Are you crazy? It's insane.
You're the one who
thank you
just
for actually bringing
enabled
that
that
up.
and you said a
But
tattoo
you've
is
enabled
crazy.
You've enabled it for years, and then when she's agreeing that she is saying that she thinks it's insane to let the children make those decisions at the age of 12 because you can't get a tattoo then either. You can't get a tattoo, but you can permanently change your body. This is kind of
by the way,
interesting
you
to
can
watch a leftist
you can
have
get
this kind of meltdown.
you can safely get a tattoo at any age. By the way, so like the thing of it is,
Sure, it might look ugly. Sure, it might be stupid.
Yes,
the tattoo is
will not
going to
irreparably
permanently...
damage your reproductive organs.
Exactly.
It's quite weird because the tattoo is technically speaking safer.
Yes, a tattoo is far safer than taking puberty blockers or than taking hormone replacement therapy because the tattoo is not going to permanently cause issues with anything from reproductive health or cancer, by the way.
Might stop you
all
from being
kinds
able
of
to reproduce if the tattoo is really dumb. That's about as far as that goes.
Well, mate. Well, that's true. It depends on what kind of tattoo it is. That is true. But yeah, it's.
I'm trying to think if I actually been with a chick that had actually. Now that I'm thinking about that, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
All right. But generally speaking, the tattoo is not going to prevent your reproductive health or prevent you or cause you to get cancers or all kinds of other diseases or potential issues that you might face later in life. By that I mean gynecological or male reproductive health issues or hormonal issues that you are likely to get as a result of taking these drugs that it is fundamentally changing the way your body is supposed to work. Now, again, I will say, as someone who took this drug that fundamentally changed my body's hormonal profile, Lupron Depot, it was important for me to take as a 20-year-old woman. I was a full grown-ass adult when I took it. I was 19 or 20. Yes, I was a grown-ass adult when I took it. I took it to treat a very serious disease that I had. That is extremely different from a parent giving it to a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old. There's a very big difference there. You know? And I'm saying this as someone who has taken the drug that is the most, as far as I know, like the most common drug used for this, which is Lupron Depot. It was used to treat endometriosis in me. And I'll never stop talking. I will never stop talking about it because it makes them fucking seethe. It makes them seethe that a straight, well, mostly straight, a cis woman took this drug for a different disorder, endometriosis, and has a very, and can talk about my experience with it. I've had death threats over it just for talking about it because that's how upset they are about their fucking little precious shit. So let's get back to this.
Like I just can't. It's
everyone gets death threats
madness.
over everything. Who gives a fuck? But you know,
it's madness to me. I could go on and on and on, and it's madness. I don't know what's going on here.
You know, it's the only word that I've been able to come up with in thinking about it, and thinking about it, and reading about it, and tweeting about it, and saying don't tweet that, and all of it is evil. Maybe it depends on your belief system, right? But to me, there's no other explanation because it doesn't make sense. It's not good. It's not healthy. It's not.
I can tell you.
Scientifically.
I actually have an answer for you. Hold on. Let me play this one out for you. Okay, so here's the problem. I'm gay,
I want to hear this.
so I get a card.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is instantly going to go off the rails.
Yeah, this part's awful. Joe Manchin,
I haven't even gotten this far, by the way, so
it's
I'm
so
curious
bad.
what. Okay.
Yeah, Joe
Is he going to
Manchin,
piss me off?
But I like Adam and Such, and I've got a complete Aiden Paladin bingo. There you go. But I like Adam and Such. There you go. There's your bingo card for the night.
And I can say what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't know.
Night.
I have a letter in your acronym, so sit down. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
I'm allowed to say, this is batshit.
Mm-hmm.
No. A straight person who might turn around and be like, this seems really crazy. Transphobe.
Oh, I'm a transphobe, according to Megan Rapinoe.
Okay.
Yes, she has literally called me that because of the transgender sports issue, which has science behind it. But because I said, let's say women's sports,
behind it,
then I'm a transphobe. So go.
Sports is biological.
It's so funny to watch women now, like, figure out this is the hole you dug for yourselves, ladies. You supported all this trans shit. Now you're stuck
You're
in it.
basically 15 years behind.
Yeah, you are 15 years behind the things that you yourselves all advocated for.
Yes.
You wanted this. You got it. And now you're sitting in the filth, in the ditch
Of your own demise.
Making. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful that way, by the way.
The thing of it
How?
is,
Beautiful girl. It's a beautiful girl. How is it? You made this shit. You created it. You are the reason this was allowed to happen. It's so fucking insane. Unbelievable.
you can transition, absolutely. You can change your hormones, 100%. But if you look at someone like Fallon Fox, for example, who was...
Didn't Fallon Fox, like, nearly kill another woman? Or a woman? Excuse me? Fallon Fox, that was the trans person, wasn't it? This was like a wrestler or a boxer, like, fucking gave it, like, a severe, I don't think they killed him, but damn near.
An MMA fighter, right?
Since
I think believe has since retired or is currently retired. I don't believe Fallon Fox transitioned until well into adulthood.
Yeah.
And was literally cracking skulls.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
exaggerating.
getting, like, fucking concussions and shit. We just went out
Yes,
there and just started beating
you
the shit out of women.
idiots were all for that because we want people to be equal and all that stupid gay shit.
Yeah, and some man
And any
just comes
sane
out
person
here.
went, it's not fair for a woman to get in a ring with physical contact sports with a man because you will get the shit kicked out of you. You are not equal. No, we are like,
Yeah,
no, you are not. There is no way in hell a person in a dress that went through male puberty with that muscle and bone density wouldn't kick the shit out of a female no matter how jacked on testosterone they are. That's just not real. That is not how the human body works.
Yeah.
Reality does not give a shit about your batshit insane ideology. You
they
people are
believe in
out
magic.
of your
They-
fucking
they-
minds
these
on
are
space
women who-
mushrooms.
These are the kind of women who believe in legitimate like magic. Like they believe in like that in
Good God.
fucking crystals and
Voodoo
how do you
juju.
call it? Voodoo. Nah, what do you call horoscopes and all that stuff? It's like, oh well, if you believe you're a woman, then you
Oh,
must be.
astronomy.
Yeah, they believe in astrology and not astronomy. They believe in astrology and crystals and periods.
getting
blood magic,
confused.
And all kinds of stupid other crap.
One is
that
space, the
nobody-
other one is the horoscope shit.
Yeah, astrology is the real study of space. Or astronomy, excuse me, is the real study of space. Astrology. Is
We're getting
the study of
confused now. Chat, which one is it?
It's astrology.
'Cause you and I both
is
say the opposite
No, astrology is horoscopes. Astronomy is the real study of space.
There we go.
You're eating.
Dang.
So at the end of the day, when you have decades of androgenic hormones and you're biologically a man, you're going to have more muscle, improved bone density, better
No
height,
shit.
greater reach. There's
I've
a
been saying this for
reason
years.
that it's like, oh, so-and-so just won the swimming thing. Oh, and the boxing thing. Oh, and the biking thing. Oh, and the powerlifting thing. I mean, again.
And by the way, I'll just say this: I don't look if you're a dude and you want to take estrogen and live as a woman and just do your own shit alone in private. I still don't have a problem with that. It's the fact, but it's not. That's not what's been happening, is it? It's all this weird public shit of what I have to go beat women in their sports. I have to go win women's beauty competitions, which they'll just give to me, even though I'm
You
a
see, by the
fucking
way,
obvious male.
this is where I get more so-called
But you think
authoritarian.
that where
and-
I stop is that my libertarianism on that of saying like I don't care what you do in the privacy of your own home.
Yeah, I disagree with that. No, I don't actually give a shit about what the hell you want to do with your liberty. When you start doing dumb shit to yourself that can advocate or push other people into doing it, I have a bit of a problem. Like, if it was up to me, I would ban all of this shit, and I would just throw you in jail or kill you if I had power.
All
Like,
right.
end of story.
Well,
Like,
I think you're getting.
no,
I
no,
think
no.
you're getting a little bit.
No, this is just like this is you want to preserve your. I said this before. If you had a king who advocated for this kind of shit, you would say he is a bad king because he's actively harming his people.
Okay, but I don't have a problem with people like Blair White. I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with
but
people like.
there's always
No.
the exceptions to every rule.
No, but it's not just exceptions. It used to be the norm. It was the norm in terms of as much as a norm as trans
And now they are the exceptions.
I know.
Because
Yes,
the vast
I don't have a
majority of them
problem
have gone
with people like
insane, and
Blair.
they were always
I
the
don't have a problem with
exceptions.
people like Evelyn. They are just
Exceptions to the
living
rule.
their yes, but they're men living as women and not bothering fucking anybody in doing so. I have no issue with that whatsoever. That, you know, I'm just saying, like, I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. It's these freaks
Again, exception to the rule. There's always exceptions for
who
every
have
rule.
who have now become the majority because it's a bunch of male perverts who have realized this is how they can predate on women.
Yes, and women will support them, which is just
Which
goes
is
to
the
show you
most
how
bizarre part.
stupid
Yeah.
women are.
Yeah,
Is women will
that
actively
women
put
will
themselves
support
in
predators,
danger
yeah.
to not upset
Yes.
the fucking rest of women who would kick the shit out of them. For like, oh my
yeah,
god, women,
just
you are
because it
so
might
dumb as
upset
shit.
another woman. Yeah.
Vromenses are not at them.
Except saying they're exceptions when they're part of the problem. They're identical homosexuals. Because I don't care about homosexuals at all. And I don't have any problem with homosexuals inherently. I don't have a problem with.
No, there's been gays for like all of human history.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
not-
The Mental
yeah.
Guide. Evelyn has been on record saying the world would be a better place if there were less people like her in it. Yeah, Evelyn's very based. So exactly, you know. And I'm not like, and I think Blair would probably. I guarantee you that Blair would probably say the same thing as Evelyn on that.
We're like Evelyn because Evelyn has great analysis when it comes to political theory.
Yes, but I'm sure that Blair would say the exact same thing. That the world would be a better place if there were fewer people who had
That kind of perspective, of course.
The fucked up, whatever has made them the way they are, and I don't.
Yeah, of course.
But they're good people.
They're still people.
Yes. Whereas like these freaks.
You're basically
different,
you're judging them by the fucked up few. Like before all this crap, no one would really give a shit about Blair or Evelyn. But now the fact that there's horrible ones, now it's just you belong to this tribe that has gone fucked up. Now you're also somehow part of the problem.
Right.
Like
right.
no,
now, they're
that's
being
not how that
pulled into
works.
That.
Yeah,
it's really fucked up, honestly.
And where people struggle is that it isn't fair, and we love black and white. It has to be all good or all bad. And it isn't fair to somebody. Somebody isn't going to win here. So the issue is trans athletes have nowhere to play because there's not enough of them to have a league, right? And then you've got the millions of women that can't compete. So someone's going to get screwed and no one knows what to do with it. And then if you say, okay, no, this isn't fair, you're transphobic. And that's how every conversation is systematically shut down. And you really also have to look at who's behind it and why.
Well, that's a very, very
look at who's behind it.
I'll give you a hint. It's part of the one you're talking to.
Yeah. women, the left. Like you two are behind it. You two are responsible for this.
Yeah. Also, those ones that have been thrown out of every single country.
I gotta go there, but people like you, leftist women, you're the ones responsible for it. And they're like, who could be responsible?
No,
for
they're
this?
they're just the ones supporting it. They don't actually have a fucking say in the thing.
Yeah, whatever.
They're just drones.
Sure.
Because
the pharmaceutical
you
industry and how much they're making on transitioning children.
Yeah.
And then they weaponize, I swear to God, and this is not, people love to say, oh, tin hat, Jillian claims, Jillian assumes. I do none of that. Do your own homework. I ask you to do your own homework, not to believe me, but to do your own homework. So they weaponize these civil rights groups, like the HRC, the Human Rights Campaign, I think it is. And
That's
these guys will
based.
then go out and give you, what is it, a health equity and inclusion? I think it's like an HEI score. But don't quote me on the score, but you get a score, right? And if hospitals are willing to transition children to get behind it, then you get a low score. It's
the way
really
that they're
diabolical.
incentivizing people to say, yes, 12-year-old, go ahead and make this decision.
And if you don't,
yeah,
you then get labeled.
It's crazy. This is the putting of the woke away, right? This is it. This is the putting of the woke away. That they're allowed to talk about this, yes, because they would not have been able, like, popular women, public figures would not have been able to say this even 6 months ago.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, but this is the putting of the woke away.
Well, and even the financial aspect, which, I mean, when I go back to
billions of dollars,
go back to the COVID years, the beginning of COVID, and I remember listening to a podcast like May of 2020, and it was
so interesting.
Someone
talking about this.
Oh, I get this part got me in trouble. Bring it now. Let's go, because these are the facts. And I remember May of 2020 listening to a podcast, and it was
was March of 2020. What podcast was this?
I don't remember. You know what? It might have been Rogan. Probably Rogan.
I saw that episode.
And is it
oh my God, was it Weinstein?
The doctor.
Oh my God, it's just a woman moment.
From Minneapolis?
Evolutionary
from Mayo?
biologist was the one I watched.
I don't remember.
And it was March of 2020, and he...
Yeah. Brent Weinstein. That was Brent, yeah.
Yeah.
Who, Brent and I are passing acquaintances, yeah.
He's like, I don't want to sound like a lunatic, but these are all the reasons this came from a lab. I'm full-blown lefty at this point, mind you, okay? And I'm listening, and I'm like, oh, this is an Institute of Virology in Wuhan? Oh, they're doing gain-of-function research. What the fuck is that? Wait a second. What is a cleavage site? And there's never been one in a coronavirus.
Like, I don't know how much more I want to watch this.
No, you can stop now.
I think it's just fascinating to just watch these two women who have I guarantee both of them were like mask addicts and
probably everything by the book
for all that stuff. But all of a sudden they're being like, wait a minute.
Once something affects them,
once it affects me,
and
suddenly
I become a conservative.
All of a sudden I become a conservative. It's just so insane. Here is Anna Navarro bitching about shit she doesn't understand in a really funny way.
Oh,
this is really funny. I got this.
This is the most honest piece of propaganda I've ever seen in my entire life. This was straight on the nose.
She said, but she. Oh, let's just play it.
By the way,
think there's-
hold on, gotta say.
honestly, I think-
if there's, how can I say this in the most PC way I can? If there is anything in you that will don a black, white, and red uniform, it's gonna be this fucking clip,
Bruh.
and you will see why.
She says.
Listen.
She just goes so off the fucking res.
And what you just did in talking about Crystal Night is the type of thing that we have to do over and over again, because I think there's a lack of education, particularly among some young people who have forgotten what the Jews have gone through for millennia, right? And I think there's this idea.
We've been trying that for 3,000 years. It does not
You're
work.
going to have to continue trying it for the rest of your existence, because
We
if
do.
not, because there is no other choice.
We get spiel.
I think there's.
I need to spend the rest of my existence reminding people of what certain individuals went through in Germany several decades ago. Why?
I'm gonna bring this.
Why
up.
is that
when you
important?
sent
Why
this to
do I
me-
need to do that?
Well, when you sent this to me, I sent you an image. Did I not? Yes, I did. Which is from a specific study. Let me find this here. This one. Got this output. Here we go. So, this is from a study that was conducted in South Korea longitudinally over the course of 30 years. And basically, like, what happened was in South Korea, higher education was made basically mandatory in 1979. So if you look here at the OLS data, OLS numbers here, which is like the general, this is OLS meaning the ordinary least squares, right? This is just the generational data, generally speaking, of how liberal was a generation, or were people over the course of time. You see no relationship here in ordinary least squares in either one, for ideologically liberal in either version of the formatting. However, when calculated for is an independent variable, the IV here, you see actually here's the important one right here, is that higher education was related to an increased propensity to become left-leaning or liberal, ideologically speaking, over the course of by just going to higher education. And this is a natural experiment. You cannot contradict these data. There's nothing you can do about these. Going to college between a time when higher education was not mandatory, between a time and comparatively to a time when it was mandatory in this particular country, was related to an increased propensity to be left-leaning by 71%.
Which is insane.
You were 71% more likely to be left-leaning in South Korea after the institutionalization of higher education as a mandatory institution. There it is. Got it. I found you out. There it is. Sorry, those it's incontrovertible. It's there it is. You know, I have looked at a whole bunch of research in that I'm going to go over in my new video, but this is the most damning, I think. People always say like, no, there's just smarter people go to it's the smart people who go to college, and smart people are always leftist, and that's why the smart people are always more highly educated. No, look at this. Nope. It's right there. It's right. It's right freaking here. You can't contest this. This is both longitudinal and experimental. You can't controvert that. I mean, like, you could try, I guess, but you'd be wrong. Like, what are you gonna do? Just say, like, oh, do it somewhere else in South Korea? I mean, like, try to find another way that you could do a natural experiment like this. You can't. You can't do it. This is a perfect experiment. It is a perfect natural and experimental piece of research. Going to university makes people leftists. on the fucking table. It's incontra-fucking-vertible.
And then those
Found
people
it
get
for
into
you, Abby.
positions of power.
Yup.
And
there
make
it
the whole
is.
place more leftist. And then
Yep.
everything else falls a fucking part. Leftism, if you... There's one of my favorite lines that Moldbug used was, do you know what the true enemy of leftism is?
The truth?
The true enemy
forget
of
what he said.
leftism.
Yeah, I forget what Molbug said it was, but what reality? The truth? I
Yep.
forget what he said. Yeah.
That's the true enemy of leftism is reality, because
Mm-hmm.
everything that they fucking do is ignoring reality. There's no difference
Mm-hmm.
between groups. There's no difference between men and women. Children can do whatever the fucking hell they want. Children can consent.
Yeah.
No, they fucking can't. Your entire worldview is completely antithetical to reality. This is why everything you touch, you fucking kill.
Yep. I hope that people won't confuse me saying like ordinary squares. It's fine. It should make sense, right? Anywho. So, I hate this woman.
Oh, this bitch
don't
was...
hate her.
By the way, what isn't I completely right? I did a video where I just said, this is clearly astroturfed as fuck. It is so obviously fake.
We did mention her last week, but
This
she
bitch just said
keeps-
the N-word, and then suddenly the people like Mark Dice, who I usually like,
Yeah.
is suddenly saying she'd be a conservative talent.
This
She didn't fucking do
random
anything!
woman-
What the fuck?
Some random woman on TikTok says the N-word, and all of a sudden she becomes mainstream
She's
news.
fucking mid. She's like 6.
You and I had the exact same thought, which is,
Why are we
this
paying attention to you?
looks suspicious.
Very.
So here's another one that she posts, and then I'm gonna look at some other of her tiki-talkies or whatever.
Yeah. Hey, America. Hey, people not having kids. You are some stupid motherfuckers out there. The birth rate is declining, and what are you doing? You're getting married. Like, why even bother fucking getting married, you loser?
Well, we're gonna find out why she says that later. Why are you bothering getting married? Now she's trying to appeal to the incel crowd, right? That's who she's speaking to. Of
course.
I mean, and I'm not saying that actually in a disparaging way, because I'm extremely empathetic and sympathetic towards the extremely significant portion of the population of young men who are lonely and who also do not want to get married because they understand how broken the institution of marriage is. This is not how
That because
you
women are
approach-
terrible and they don't deserve to get married.
Yes, but this is not how you approach young men like that. You have to... I think that the way I just said it is a better way to approach it of, I'm empathetic and sympathetic. We have to talk about how do we deal with these issues. Not by doing this shit. Right? Yes, it's Pearl too. Exactly, gorgeous George. Yes, she is trying to be Pearl. But she's hotter Pearl, which is going to make her more profitable, to be honest.
You're getting married. You have some fucking dog in a stroller like a faggot. And then what are you doing? How are you helping America? We're letting the
What are you
birth rate
doing?
decline. And I'm
What is she doing? We'll get into that.
speaking particularly to white people. So today, I want you to take the time out of your day to thank a single mom, because us girls getting knocked up, we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate.
She's a single mom, by the way. Yep, welcome to it.
That's interesting.
Thank a single mom.
You're welcome, America. You're fucking welcome, God.
So this woman, who we've talked about before, who's all like, you know...
I haven't even seen that clip.
Yeah. Thank a single mom today.
Hmm.
You
gonna play the other clip?
It's not... Yeah, we're gonna play some more. But, look, again, I don't have kids. I would really like to, but I've got my genetic issues, right? I don't do this stuff. What the heck is this?
I do not want
So,
a kid
yeah.
with my brain.
I've been worried about that.
I would have... My
And see,
kid
here-
would be a horrible troublemaker, and I would look at that little kid like, listen, you motherfucker, I know what's going through your head.
Mm.
Because I probably still think the same shit that you do. It's like, you think you're smart?
You should
I
try to have a kid
fucking-
spoon at some point.
Oh, hell no.
Why not? You've got a big brain. You should.
That's the reason for me to have a kid? Is I have brains?
Yes, because you should pass on your big smart brain. That's
Jeez,
why.
no.
Don't be. Come on, man. Anyway, so this lady who's
I'd
like,
rather be a
I'm
vola.
a trad wife. That she originally, yeah, adopt. I know.
Adopt? No, I would never adopt.
Why not?
Because I speak against that.
I'm not against adoption.
No, I am.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just. Well, I have to see. Like, I only got so much time left, but I'm gonna try, homies. You know, I'm gonna try until it's obvious it's not possible. So here's and that's not this. To be fair, like that's not actually my fault, you know, or anyone's fault. But yeah.
Spoon doesn't have game. Really?
Spoon's got mad game. He picks up bitches all the time. But so this is a very interesting and telling post of your based.
I don't have a problem
based
getting a girl's
trad
attention.
wife
That's never been a
trying
problem.
This woman who's trying to sell herself as the new right wang thang.
Okay, we got a problem in this country, and it's people not getting married.
It's kind of hard to hear this, so I might have to read it.
I just
we got a
play
problem in this country, yeah.
We got a problem in this country, and it's people not getting married, not putting a ring on it, and not having kids. But
not getting married, not putting a ring on it, and not having kids. Well, she's got a child. She wants someone to put a ring on her now.
Conversely, we also have a problem with a lot of women voting, and they're voting Democrat, they're voting leftist. If you want to fix that problem, you have to wife these women up. Like, we have to...
What she's saying is, wife me up, right? I need a man to come put a ring on my finger because I got a baby that someone needs to take care of, right? That's how I read this. Do you think I'm incorrect?
Let her cook.
Stop being incels and stop
incel.
going up to girls and, oh, no, girls are all just bitches, they're all just whores, let's not even go and ask them out. Stop being a pussy and put a fucking ring on it if you want to fix the voting problem. That's how you fix it, motherfuckers. Like, anybody who votes...
Yeah, marry me and take care of my child.
Leftist, they're single women with no kids and whatever, and they're jaded with life.
But you have a kid, and you want someone to wife you up, don't you?
So if you want to fix this problem, it's not trashing women and making them go further away from the conservative movement. It's by manning the fuck up and putting a ring on it.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay. I have a lot to say about this. Let me get this straight. Your initial thing is, in order to fix leftist women, we need to marry them and wife them up. Okay, so your assumption is that in order for...
She said all women.
Yes, so let me get this straight. So in order to cure women of leftism, you need to somehow gamble, marry a leftist woman under the assumption that she will turn into a housewife once you presumably what, like fuck some sense into them?
Yeah.
That is insane. No man is going to do that. And secondly, why on earth would I want to marry a leftist woman because she might turn into a conservative? That is a huge fucking gamble. And secondly, the assumption here is also that women basically follow the politics of their husband. That's what that implication. I have a better idea. How about if I can do that, I just take power from you and you shut the fuck up and you don't get to vote.
Based.
Then I don't have to fucking marry you and put up with the gamble of potentially marrying a fucking psycho bitch that doesn't turn into a leftist. Or that doesn't turn into a conservative, rather. How about I just do that? I would prefer when I have all of the power and I don't have to gamble with this fucking bitch. Like, there's nothing for me to gain by potentially marrying a leftist chick that's going to stay leftist forever. Why would I do that?
I guess like the idea is that you're gonna like train her. Also, yes, it is. I believe.
I'm gonna turn into a bitch into a housewife. Fuck that.
It is
crazy psycho.
It is. I do believe that this hat is Yiddish, and that is an Israeli flag.
By the way, that's supposed to be like a troll, because people pointed out, they go like, "Oh, look, we got the trolls." That makes you look sketch.
This is supposed to. Oh, okay. Oh, so she thinks she's trolling the haters.
Yes, but it makes it look like you're desperately trying to cover something up by memeing on it, and it look
big weed sign behind you. Like, this is really bizarre. I don't understand this.
Yeah, it looks really cringe.
It looks weird. All I can say is that like this is a fucking gay op.
Yeah,
this
clearly.
Like, I don't know. As far as I can tell, like she had like no followers or very little followers on TikTok, and she's just like.
Oh, can you please play that? Please play that clip. I thought it's very funny.
Which?
The one on Twitter. In space. I don't know
what you mean by that.
The one on Twitter I told you to play.
I think I've got it here. That's not very specific, but is it this one? No, was she supposed to be on the Blaze?
No. The one I sent you.
You have to send it to me again.
I did.
Okay, hang on. When?
That
You have
one.
to send it to me again. Okay. I already played this. Oh no, I hadn't played this one. No, I didn't have this one.
This is really funny because this dude cooks the shit out of her.
Yeah, I forgot about this one.
And
yeah,
it is beautiful. Like, Andrew sent this to me.
Yeah, she gets completely cooked.
Boy, he tweeted this.
You're a single mom. You do drugs in Detroit. You don't take.
Yeah. Also, she admits to doing drugs. Yeah. Which I mean, like, I guess
Just let her
whatever.
cook.
But your mom, yeah.
Your kid. You shouldn't be giving advice to like young men. Like
Yeah,
your
but her
life
name is
sucks.
Lily,
Your life
okay?
sucks.
She's not Brittany.
You failed. You're a single mom.
Hey.
Like, why are you giving advice to young people? Like Nick's like 7 times, like he's like half your age and like 50 times more successful than you. Like I don't think you're unlikable.
Cool, thanks.
Like that video you posted is just imagine everybody watched the video she posted where she's in the car bitching, and imagine it's you, and imagine you're married to her. Like obviously you get divorced to her. She's a loser. She's completely unlikable.
What happened to like last week's energy where you were like being like
this is why you're alone, Lily, because like that car video is just picture you're bitching at a man and he sees you. So if he doesn't hit you, he'll divorce you.
He's usually a lot nicer than this.
He tagged me. I didn't even watch it.
Like, you're just an obnoxious bitch. You're just an obnoxious bitch. Like why don't like?
I don't hit women unless. Okay, just be honest. Men shouldn't hit women. I think I'm okay to say that, right?
You didn't say
Men
that.
should not hit women. Women are physically weaker than men.
No one said anything about hitting women.
Unless, well, he just did.
No, he didn't.
Don't hit women. He said, yes, he did.
He said hate women.
No, he said
not hit.
No, he did say hit.
Where?
He just said it. But all right.
Last week's energy where you were like being like
this is why you're alone, Lily, because like that car video is just picture you're bitching at a man
Maybe
and he sees you. So if he doesn't hit you, he'll divorce
He's
you.
usually a lot nicer.
Hate you.
He tagged me. I didn't.
You think he says hate instead of hit?
Yes, because he's talking
Okay,
about
all
divorce, not hit.
Okay, all right. Well, I heard hit. Okay, and I read hit. So
Even watch it.
Like, you're just an obnoxious bitch. You're just an obnoxious bitch. Like why don't do you not get people don't like you? That's why you're alone.
Chill, man.
See this guy rambling around? If he had ejaculated this morning, he would be a lot more
I actually
calm.
did. I had sex when I got back from Aspen.
See what I mean? Right there. Hold pause there. Instant go-to is a
typical.
sex-based insult.
It's the
Every
always a
fucking
thing.
time. This is all they have. It is literally just sex. These fucking bitches have nothing to offer other than their fucking cooch. That's it. Nothing else.
Always a
Nothing.
thing. It's always the everyone in the chat, I think, thinks he said hit. But
I said hate.
Here's the thing. I think he said hit, which I disavow. But here's the thing. It is the same thing every fucking time. I don't understand. This has never been. I have never ever in my life been in an argument on this kind of topic and been like, well, have sex, incel. I've never
Because it
never
doesn't
been
solve
able...
anything.
No, because it doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
It's just... It's
It doesn't make sense.
you know? It's
Yeah.
like, I'm going to... You don't have access to my pussy, so... Who gives a damn? Who gives one flying iota of a crap if they have access to your shit? And it's always this way of just like... A man brings up a serious issue with something you've said, it's like... Virgin. I have a pussy. Who cares? Who cares? I fundamentally know this actually escapes.
If you had a brain, you would be able to communicate with more than just your vagina.
No, I don't. I've never been able to understand this. I have
Neither have I.
never.
I don't get it.
I mean, and I have a pussy, and I don't understand it. I don't
Well
get it. I fundamentally don't understand this shit. Like, I know that it gives you more socio-political power in some extent, but this is incomprehensible to me. Bruh.
Space. After you made that point, I was like, she's got a good point. And
I literally got back from Aztec and had sex. You were in a hotel room with strangers doing drugs.
Okay. All right. So.
Okay. Yes,
By the way, that silence is glorious.
Yes.
That's
silence is
and
telling.
and nothing. I wasn't doing that. No, just all right.
Yeah.
So that is what you were doing.
Hotel room with strangers doing drugs. Okay.
You tell people to wife up women, to turn leftist into conservative women, and what you're doing is after a fucking conservative what's the fucking phrase we for conference, you went and did drugs with a bunch of strangers in fucking Chicago. You are a scummy bitch. Like, just straight
you're
up.
a slut.
It's just,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I mean,
you're a horrible person.
Like, you're
You want to be
easy,
you want to be the face for conservatism, really?
And
Every
you're
conservative who simp for this bitch, you are low IQ dumbasses. Straight
Look,
up. If you fell for this, you're an idiot.
This is
It's so fucking obvious as well.
I mean, look, I used to get drunk in hotel rooms when I was at anime conventions when I was younger, but I never.
Yeah, but you weren't a fucking
no,
you weren't a
no,
conservative
and
influencer. Or trying to be one.
When I was 22 or whatever, and like, but this is very different too. Also, I wasn't like.
She'd still
sleeping
be
with
his
random
if it
people.
turned you
It sounds like she's sleeping with random people at these. That's how it comes off. Is
Yeah,
she
well, it
fucking
wouldn't surprise
people
me.
at Half Pack?
That
Is
probably
she
wouldn't
fucking
surprise me.
people at Half Pack? That's how it comes off. I don't know. How it comes off though to me.
Giving advice to young men, you like your life sucks. You're not a good parent. You're abandoning your kid to do drugs and destroy. What are you doing?
Down. Well, then why are you following me? If you don't like what I have to say,
I'm not
fuck
following.
off.
No. Why are you leaving your? Where is your child?
I like the way that the instant
Yes.
reflection is on
Instant.
him and not in any way deny what she was doing. It's
Where
that's
is your
quite
child
a clear
when
indication.
you're at AFPAC in a hotel, potentially doing drugs, which she didn't deny,
And getting
there's
railed
some fucking
twice.
and getting railed. Railed and doing rails maybe. Where is your child? Where's your child? What the? This isn't. I've talked about this before, but I might get into it if we are able to touch on the Ricada stuff, but I don't really want to because it makes me very upset. But I have always been very, very deeply reticent about having a child because I studied human psychology my entire life, and I'm always like freaked out. But like, what if I do one thing wrong? Or I had that experience I talked about on the podcast before, where
you will.
My mom.
That's just
my mom
every
had
parent.
to come in and talk to this Japanese child and speak Japanese to her because she didn't speak English, and she cried, which I think was just because she was freaked out about a white woman talking to her in Japanese. But it's always freaked me out of being like, what if I do something wrong? And then you have to realize, or I had to realize, I guess, that, oh my God, Aiden, no one else cares. Like, you're the only person who gives a shit like that. Or, not the only person, but the vast majority of people who become parents don't even have that thought in their head ever. Of like, gee, I sure hope I don't.
Yeah, because they have other things to worry about. You're worrying about a problem that you haven't even faced yet.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you think too
how
much.
That doesn't. I don't know how it doesn't freak other people out.
Again, you think too much.
What?
You're in your own head too fucking much. Fire from the hip more often. Don't you read me? You know I'm fucking right.
No,
I am
know.
always right. It's part of my charm. It's also a massively heavy burden on me. My good God, to be right constantly, it's so boring, by the way, as well.
It's too scary to me because it's like
firing from the hip. I fire from the hip all the fucking time.
Firing from the hip and creating human life is kind of a big deal, dude.
No, not really. Just learn not to pull out.
That's not what I mean, you ding. I mean, like, I want to. I would never want to hurt another human being, particularly a child. You know, like that freaks me out.
Chat's telling you to get over yourself. Yeah, agreed. Good advice.
Is it getting over myself? Well, is it getting over yourself by desperately not wanting?
I need to have 5 children. Jesus fucking Christ! I like looking young. I don't want to get. Fucking...
I don't know. I would just be so. I would be. It's my overeducation again, right? It's my overeducation.
Yeah, paralysis by analysis.
It's my overeducation, yeah, of being like, well, I've read too much research on child psychology, and now it's gonna make me like, oh, what if I said something wrong at one point when?
Have you ever seen that Scrubs episode where Dr. Cox sends his kid to the?
I've seen every episode of Scrubs.
Yes, so you know when he
Many
sends his
times.
kid to the pediatric office.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and the pediatrician is a total like soy boy. Yeah.
No. He's exactly like Dr. Cox.
Oh yeah, he's a soy boy towards the kids. Like he's very soft and sweet, but he's a total dick towards Cox.
Yes, and then he says to him at the end, "It's like you have seen too much. You know what can happen, what can go wrong. You have to get a grip on that, or else it's gonna kill you."
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's always been the barrier there for me. I mean, outside of, I mean, to even try, right? Because, the idea of, and that's what makes me very upset about the Mercatus stuff, right? Because he was blessed to have 5 children. And look what happened there. And I'm like, sitting over here being like, I don't even want to try, or I'm too afraid to try, just because I'm afraid I might mess something up, you know? And then there's people out here who do that kind of shit. Just like, I'll just do some cocaine. I'll do a whole bunch. Actually, I'll do a whole bunch of cocaine and ketamine and all kinds of other shit right in front of my kids.
Okay.
And
that's not you.
No, I know, but my point is that it's
you literally think too much.
Yes, I don't
understand. Way too fucking much, bitch. You could horrible things could go wrong when you go outside of your house. You can take a hail in the eye. You can get hit by lightning. If you get into a car, someone could crash into you. You could crash into something else. If you drink alcohol, you could get poisoned. You could die of liver failure. Shut the fuck up and just live life. Jesus fucking Christ, woman. Fucking hell. Stop being a 5-year-old baby and grow a fucking pair of balls. Good God.
I don't think it makes you a 5-year-old baby. I think it actually makes you like a...
I swear to God, woman, if you keep sassing my fucking insults, I will make life hell for you on the rest of this fucking show.
It makes me an adult.
Don't sass the spoon. He will blunt force trauma you.
All right, I won't sass you then.
There you go.
All right, fine.
Smart move. I'll fucking put my foot down and up your ass if you keep doing this up.
Yes, did I hear about the 9-year-old testing positive for coke? I don't know if I believe those documents or not. Or what it
Sometimes I need to bully you.
Yes. Was Aiden talking about becoming a mom? Yeah, I've been trying to think about it for years and years. But I've never been able to I
need to drink for this fucking conversation.
I've never been able to want to actually try to do it because I've been too worried about that
everything.
Idea, no, that like if you just fuck like one tiny thing up, then you'll ruin them forever. And
oh, for God's sakes, your kid is not a fucking piece of candy floss. Just make sure they're not as neurotic as you, and you'll be fine.
Well, then how would it come out of me? Like it's my genetics, it's my autism. So? You know, I mean. So I
there's also a male counterbalance.
Yeah, I've always been very worried about that, though.
Why?
Because the idea.
You think the autism is going to get counterbalance of masculine energy, and it's just going to become like a super fucking evil person?
I'm not 100% necessarily Kejon tea time. We don't really know because I've not looked into it. So, but the disease I have is the leading cause of female sterility. Candy floss is cotton candy, chat. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Oh yeah, you guys don't know what that is.
Obnoxious.
It's cotton candy. Explain it.
Good, thank God.
Like, do you not get that? Like, listen, there's a lot of single moms who do drugs in Detroit who say the N-word who are white. You're not special.
I know I'm not special, but I've got more followers than you do,
no,
motherfucker.
You don't.
Look at that. Instantly, an insult at the man's genitals, and then this is about clout every fucking time.
Always insulting the male's genitalia, or insulting
and then about the clout, and it's
always,
you are such a walking cliche. It's not even funny.
Yeah, she's a cliche. It's cliche. Yes.
By the way, this should end you from ever getting any fucking traction. It's clear you're a fake. So obviously you're a fake.
Yep.
You get, all the criticism is just like, well, who the hell are you to tell me this thing because I have more followers? That doesn't tell me you're fucking good at anything. That just tells me that people can click on your fucking name on a Twitter ad, you twat.
Yeah.
You don't have the influence.
You have people who like wish they had sex with you because they haven't interacted with you. You don't have any followers.
You're also shaped like a surfboard.
I don't really care about the insults, but the first part is correct. The people who
He's shaped like a surfboard, though. It's true. She's like no tits and no arms, flat as a board.
Whatever. I don't care about that. About the insults.
It's funny as shit, though.
I don't care. The thing he is right about that is that people are only interacting with her because they want to have sex with her. That's why.
By the way, she took a shot. She took a shot and said that if you jacked off this morning you wouldn't have this thing, and people complain like, oh, he said this about her. She fucking took the first shot. Now she gets to come back and be like, oh, it's mean. Fuck off. You don't want people to hate you, then don't fucking hit first, you bitch. Fuck out of here.
Like here's the deal. Listen. Either you can be like Carlin and you can be kind of like butch and masculine and have a bitchy personality because it's like kind of charming, or you can be really hot and have a bitchy personality, which is like, okay, it's obnoxious but she's hot. You're neither, okay? You're just like you're lame.
This is kind of funny.
That's true. That is 100% true.
She is
No,
hot.
she's not.
You don't think she's hot?
Not even remotely.
Really?
No one would look at this chick. A second chance. Aiden, she's like a 6.5 at best. She's not attractive.
What am I then? Holy shit.
I would never look twice at this chick.
No, holy shit! Now you,
I
hang
am
on,
way out of her league.
Whoa! Now you gotta rate me. I think this woman's like a 9. Like
what?
So what am I?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
How? By what metric? What about her is attractive?
She's very pretty. She's
where?
Nice
Where?
blue
In
eyes
what?
and
What aspect?
Pretty hair, and I don't know. She seems cute to me.
Cute is not a 9.
Like I would rate myself.
Smoking
as like
hot
a
is
solid
9.
5. Okay, we've done this before, but I'd rate myself as like a 5. I think that's probably fine. I'm a very happy 5. I think
Good God,
but
no.
Now you're making me feel like I'm like a 2.
She's hot by most metric. Jesus, you guys don't know what attractive women look like. I'm not gonna apologize for that. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, no. Now I need to know. Okay, where do you rate her? Okay, where do you rate her?
No more than 6.5.
Really?
She's not attractive, Aiden. She doesn't have a great figure. She's no tits. She's no ass. She's got a shit brain. And she's a single mother who does drugs. Why the fucking hell would I like this woman? By what metric?
I think she's quite pretty. I don't know.
The chick who did the cake baking, Isabella.
Oh,
she
yeah,
is an
cake
8.
Chick. Okay, the cake chicks I'd say is a 9.
I would say she's an 8. Like, she has boobs, yes, but she can bake. Like, she actually has a skill set. I can actually applaud her for that. And also, I know people had to go to her because she's like big boobs and like, yeah, it send us into the camera.
Oh, yeah,
but she's actually baking something.
She got those big old mommy milkers. That's true.
Yes, but the thing of it is, and Venti pointed this out as well, and I happen to agree with her, is if you're a girl with like a big bust, if you wear something that covers the tits adequately, the rest of the outfit looks baggy. Because the small arms to massive tits.
She got tickle bitties.
Yes.
She got tickle bitties.
Yes.
You know?
And then if you wear that, then that looks baggy and the arms look off. So if you wear something tight-fitting that adequately covers the rest of you but makes your boobs look big, then all the attention's on the tits. Like, the ladies can't win when they have big boobs. It's just the thing.
Apparently the chat largely disagrees with me that they don't think she's that hot. I think she's
No,
very
she's
pretty.
not.
But I guess
we had this conversation? I could swear we had this conversation last week.
Yeah, I'm not. I think we did. I'm not the best judge.
Yes, and I showed you some You know what? I'll give it to Megan Fox before she had all the plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Was like at 8.5, 9 knockout. She was objectively pretty. I also think the woman who played
Mila
Elliot in
Jovovich
Scrubs.
Was always mine.
Sarah Chalk.
Elliot. Yeah.
Yes.
Sarah Chalk. Yeah.
Yeah, she was really pretty.
She was beautiful. Yeah.
And also, you know who my favorite actress was, but also before she got all the facial plastic surgery, was Krista Miller, the woman who played Dr. Cox's wife.
Oh, I loved her. She was my favorite character in all of Scrubs. Jordan, I loved her because she was such a bitch.
Yes, I also like the fact that she's like a psychopath, and
she was just such a fucking. I loved her.
I like ball busting chicks. Like the meek types do nothing for me, but when the chick is like an attitude. She's hard, but she has an attitude.
She's kind of evil, but she's a little evil, but she just has a strong personality. That's why I really liked her.
Yeah. I like her.
I mean, she's not me at all, but like I liked her character because I thought that was interesting.
There was a funny moment is when she was in the board meeting with all the other doctors.
Scrubs.
And she says to him, "Do you really think all these men will listen to you just because like you had his baby?" Was like, "Oh no, but I think if all these nice men don't do what I want, I'm gonna bitch about it until all these nice men are dead."
Yeah, exactly.
It's such a good moment.
Jordan is a fantastic character. She's like a legitimately everything in Scrubs, of course, is played up to 1,000 degrees, but it's taking realistic kind of people tropes, like, you know, real kind of people archetypes, and then hyping them up and turning them up in their extremity.
Yeah,
it's why Scrubs is a really good show, is because it's taking those real people tropes and just turning them up into a comedic degree.
That's not a bad take for me, by the way.
No.
Like, I can like a meek girl in person, but as far as like my characters goes, I like the ball busting chicks that just kick everyone's ass because they're charming in their own way.
Likes a strong woman. Anywho, let's
yes,
go back to this.
I like the woman that the feminists actually think they're like in their heads.
Right, but they're not. They're
not. They're just discount men.
Yes, exactly. Here we go.
Obnoxious. You're unlikable.
All right,
True.
and this is not what happened to you, Paul
Which one?
Town.
Paul, are you talking to Lily or Brittany? I'm confused.
No, Brittany's awesome.
No, okay. I have never said I was hot. I've never said I had.
Nobody
a good
else has
body.
said that either.
I said I had a good personality. So that's all just.
Yeah, you're an obnoxious single mom.
What an interesting thing to pivot to. That she just
Oh
I've never
god,
been
that's
taught,
just
nor is it
that's
a good
such a good
personality.
shot. It's like no one
We need
else
to talk
said
about
that either.
What? Yeah, and what the hell are you talking about? Like, she's out here. I think, from my perspective, just playing off of her perceived of attractiveness, and I think she is attractive. But again, others can disagree. And I agree in the fact that her fakeness is extremely unattractive and kind of discounts any physical attractiveness she might have.
I think there may be a case for the warrior archetype in my case, because the most attractive woman that I think I've ever seen was the one chick who played the warrior from the tribe in Empress Kai.
I still haven't seen Empress Kai. I gotta watch that.
By the way, I just looked at the woman like,
together.
holy shit, this chick is unbelievably attractive. Like,
Spoon, we
also
gotta
with
watch
like
them
short
together.
hair and smoking fucking hot. Also, she actually was as a good character. Well, I heard you. I'm thinking about this chick because again, she's actually a good
too
character.
distracted. We
No,
gotta watch that
she
show
actually had
together.
a really good character. Actually, the character itself was not only a warrior; she actually was pretty intelligent as well.
We
I like
should try
brainy
to
ladies.
Watch it with me because I haven't seen it.
That's by the way, it's 52 hours.
Oh Jesus Christ! We can
Yeah.
work through it slowly. Anyway, let's go.
It's
through this.
one series
Tom,
of
why don't
50
you shut up and take
episodes.
care of your kid?
I know.
Don't listen.
Why are you on the internet? Take care of your child. The reason your kid is on the internet is because you put her there, or him. I don't even know. Like what
True.
are you doing? You're like a mama. Like picture a mama bear.
This is something that I also have a very big issue with.
People who put their child on the internet.
I have okay. I do have a kind of a weird reticence towards people putting pictures of their children on the internet.
Of course, as you should.
Most of the people that I know have not done it. PewDiePie did it, and I felt very, very. The second that I saw him start to post like videos of Bjorn, that's his son's name, I was like, "Oh God, Felix, stop! Felix, stop! Please don't do this, because there'll be weird people. Just don't put pictures, don't put videos of your baby on the internet, because people are so weird."
Not enough redheads in my portfolio. Lamented, I live in Ireland. I don't want redheads.
I just don't know if that's me being weird, or what that is, but I really do not think it's a good idea to post pictures or videos of your baby on the internet. You can take pictures of them, put them in a scrapbook. Perfect. Don't post pictures of your baby on the internet. You could put like a little like face over it, like
Yeah, who's the chick
like
that did last
she
week? That that was cute.
No, it's fine. Like put a little emoji face over the baby.
Yeah, that's
or whatever. That's fine. That's fine. She did that. That's fine. Just be really, really careful about posting any kind of picture of your baby or your child on the internet, because there are incredibly
Weird
creepy,
people.
freaky weirdos on the internet, and it makes me scared. So that's all I'll say about that. Just don't do that. Anyway, that's all I'd say about that.
Right? And she's like, "Here's my child," and what my child got hunted by a hunter. It's like, how about you like take care of your kid instead of going to Detroit to a political conference to have sex and then also do drugs with strangers in a hotel room? Why did you not have a hotel room? How did you not have a hotel room? Did you plan on sleeping with somebody? Why did you not have a hotel room when you showed up?
Mr. Flight too. She has a child and she missed her flight.
Wait, all right. It's gonna be one at a time. Like we don't need to talk about it.
How did you show up to a conference without a hotel room booked? You were doing drugs. You didn't have a hotel room booked. You must have assumed you were going to sleep with somebody.
Okay, whatever you want to say.
Well, she didn't deny that, though.
Yes.
Wait.
Yeah.
That's interesting. She didn't deny that. So you went.
She
to
didn't
this
deny
conference.
any of these accusations, by the way.
Yeah,
Every single one of them
you
she
didn't-
confirmed.
Wait, so you went to AFPAC and didn't have a hotel room. So that would. Yeah, that. I mean, presumably that would be that it's because you're intending to stay with somebody there, right?
Yeah, it wasn't I had a roommate or I had a friend. No, it was just dead silence.
I'm just gonna stay with
Some stranger.
whoever I'm gonna hook up with, I guess. Dude, this is insane. This woman is such a whore. Wowee.
Yeah, I did, and nothing fucking happened because we were all crashing out. And
Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. So she admits it. Yeah, I
Lies.
did.
repeat it again. I swear to God, nothing happened, and I'm getting.
You're an
over
old
this,
lady
too.
with a
Like,
kid. Why are
again,
you?
I swear to God, nothing happened.
I don't believe her.
No.
Like, at this point in time, there's no reason to.
All right. All right.
How about you get lost?
All right.
Okay. America first, bitch.
Okay, all right.
Dude, you sound like such a fucking loser.
You're a single mom who went to Detroit to do drugs with strangers.
And you're on some random chat room calling.
Didn't deny it again.
This is a really bad look, by the way.
It's
like,
horrible.
This is your conservative
Yeah.
your next conservative influencer. Like, really,
Yep.
dear God, you guys like. No, lamented. It's not that I'm immune to scarlet fever. It's just that the yellow fever. I can only do one fever at a time.
Damn.
Yeah.
Calling somebody names, like, wow, way to go for the low-hanging fruit. Like, could you think of anything more creative? I make fun of
why
myself
be
for being
creative?
a loser single mom all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time.
you
Whoa.
are a loser. I'm not a loser. You are a loser. Okay, so who cares?
Dude, you can tell how mad you got
Okay.
there for a second.
All right, well, I'm bored of this conversation.
All right, you're mad now.
Of course
Okay.
you are.
Curious.
It's like, that was
And
that was fantastic. By the way, that was
did
glorious.
you watch the one where she demands a man marry her already?
Yeah, we did.
No, okay, we did. Okay.
I kind of want to do a video on this, and I want to put it on Rumble, where I
She's,
can
by
say
the
gamer
way,
words.
Guess what? Now she's gonna be on the Blaze.
Oh, by the way,
Alex
guess which group heavily sponsors the Blaze?
I won't say it.
I'll give you a hint. They're currently at war in the Middle East.
Wowee. I'm shocked.
Oh,
here she
God,
is with
it's
the new right at AFPAC with Sneeko. Guy who just had his teeth punched out because he was violating basically private property. This guy.
these people
Sneeko here
couldn't
had his
lead
teeth
jack
punched.
shit.
Look at this. Like, this is insane.
God damn it,
This is-
Lucas! You
this is
say
the
based
new right.
shit as well.
It's the new right. I'm gonna get through the women moments, and then I'm gonna go have a pee break, and then I'll be right back. I do want to talk about this Tory Bint. This is very funny. I really liked.
Which one?
I liked AA's video on this. It's God, it's
AA's
so
video was
funny.
fucking brutal.
Let's go through this. This is
Oh
brutal.
God, this was hilarious.
Just about my favourite county. It's where I went to school till they threw me out. But I loved the place, and I feel very close to Rutland and Rutlanders. And
I
I
based
wanted
my
to
voice
talk
on
to you
his,
about
by
the
the
fact
way.
that May is going to be Dementia Awareness Month.
Hello,
forget about that.
Rutland. Well, today, I'm wondering if you, that is you as a county, have collective dementia. I've been thinking about Alicia Keys.
I was thinking. By the way, this video is savage. This video is absolutely like AA just goes balls to the walls.
Yeah, this is A game.
It's
really good shit.
Completely savage in this, and I love it.
Couldn't keep them crying. Yes, Alicia Kearns.
I mean, look at the state of this man.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi, my name is
Assalamu
Alicia
alaikum.
Kearns and I'm the MP for Rutland and Melton.
That trunk of humours, that bolting hutch of beastliness, who in the last term declared herself the queen of pork pies because she...
She is the queen of pork pies. I mean, she is a pork pie.
Let him cook.
was
Let him
the
cook.
MP for Rutland and Melton.
You know what? AA won't mind if we play the whole thing in its
Yeah, fucking go ahead. I'm hoping you do.
Let's go. Because it's the funniest shit AA's based. It's fine. Let's go.
Where they make most of those pies. She's also obsessed with cheese.
Just been into the Melton cheese board to get some cheese for our weekend at home. So a big cheese eater, believe it or not.
Here she is with Liz Truss, who shares this obsession.
Yorkshire tea. Pork markets.
Now, with redistricting, she's standing for the new seat, or the re-established seat, of Rutland and Stamford. Everyone tells me that this stuffed cloak bag of guts has one of the safest seats in the country. That Rutland will never turn their backs on the Tories. My question is, why? This is the zero seats election. There is no such thing as a safe Tory seat. As Alison Pearson once put it, there is no question in British life to which the answer is more Alicia Kearns. I'm not the first to point out how appalling Kearns is. Just in April, there were strong calls from the Tory membership to get Kearns deselected for, quote,
phony.
not being conservative enough. More on that soon. Now, to the untrained eye, Kearns is just another risible neocon going around the world promoting the regime's insane war with Vladimir Putin.
So it's been a pretty important day to be here in DC. We've had lots of congressmen and senators that we've been meeting with heading to the White House to negotiate getting through the supplemental for Ukraine.
Which he then exploits for quite disgusting promotional material in which she pretends to help Ukrainian men whose legs she is partly responsible for getting blown off in the first place. But let's leave that aside and pretend for a moment that every Tory voter in Rutland supports all this when she's not promoting war around the world or employing Chinese spies. What are some of her views on domestic policy? A disciple of this soft, wet, hugger-hoodie David Cameron brand of one nation conservatism, Alicia Kearns is in fact an all-out left-wing, woke social justice warrior who has never seen a virtue signal she can bear to turn.
Pretending again to be a conservative, and this is why 0 seats, 0 fucking seats. Pretending to be a fucking conservative while being in everything, in all but name, a member of the fucking goddamn liberals. You know what I mean? Like, you are, of course, you're a liberal, you're a leftoid, but you're pretending to be part of the conservatives. This is why it needs to be fucking deconstructed. It needs to be destroyed.
Down. She constantly harps on about feminism, her commitment to campaigning for equality, net zero carbon and green, and so on and so forth.
Can she even pretend to be part of the conservatives? Insane.
She is tactically libertarian and defends markets against the claim that they are woke. Before becoming an MP, she ran a campaign against everyday racism.
Yeah.
Here's my thing.
Just drive you nuts.
You can't be a conservative and be a woman.
What?
As far as politics goes, if you're an actual conservative, you would stand down and let the man rule.
What am I then, Spin?
But you're not in politics ruling.
I'm just a commentator.
Yes, but that's different. You're a commentator. The way that I am also a commentator, but I wouldn't advocate for anything except a man ruling.
No, I would never get myself involved in politics.
Yes, but that's my point. Yeah, but there you go. That's the same patriarchal view.
Actively in politics. I think we could be able to commentate, but not to be involved in it actively.
Yeah, so you're not disagreeing with me on anything.
Okay, all right. So we're the same mindset then. I just wondered if you were saying like I should.
No.
Like okay, well, okay, we're all good then.
And after becoming an MP, she supported a cross-commission on race and ethnic disparities, saw it as her...
She's just Labour. Just switch to Labour, you...
Useless bitch.
filthy.
Role as an MP to, quote, call out racism. She staged a 48-hour walkout after Elon Musk took over Twitter, despite being critical of Israel in solidarity with British Muslims. She always ensures that she constantly talks about the Holocaust. During the BLM protests in 2020, she made girl boss tweets like, Kamala Harris, know her name. Yeah, Kamala Harris, know her name. Go girl. And actively opposed Trump, calling for the arrest of J6 protesters. However, undoubtedly Alicia's burning passion, suspiciously burning, might I add, considering she's supposedly married with kids, is LGBT and pride. Kearns never stops promoting LGBT issues and feels particularly strongly
I can't wait for y'all to get 0 seats.
About the T, that is the trans part. This is especially baffling considering that Rishi Sunak has tried to make trans a wedge issue to show Labour up as being leftist and the Tories as being somewhat conservative. Here you can see renewed attacks from Tories.
They're so fucking brain dead. British politics is fascinating to me because it's so
insane.
Insane. This is why I told my father this, and I was like, I'm way more interested in British politics than I am in US ones, because British politics far more fucking confuse
wacky.
Me. As how this it's not confusing, it's just wacky. Like, this is just wacky. How does this happen?
Tory HQ and Sunak's own account trying to embarrass Starmer for woke things he said 4 or 5 years ago about this issue. Tony Blair, the Dark Lord, incidentally, weighed in on this issue just a couple of days ago, this past week, and positions himself, as ever, at the sensible centre, reasserting that biological sex is indeed real.
I would say what I called Tony Blair in my new video that I'm editing, is I did call him Tony, this guy totally eats babies, Blair. So I hope that is better than the Dark Lord, but I think Dark Lord is better, probably.
A man has a penis, a woman has a vagina. But Kearns is different. She thinks the Conservatives owe trans people an apology. She took an activist stance in the conversion therapy debate and rebuked a fellow Tory for taking the T out of LGBT and, in a stunning moment, evoked Stonewall just as the most pink and left-wing SJW would. You have to see this to believe it.
You are suggesting that transgender people do not exist. You are suggesting they are lesser than other LGBT people. And I will not stand for that, because it was trans people who stood with gay people at Stonewall. It was trans people who fought alongside the LGBT rights. So when you say LGBT, you suggest, when you remove the T, you suggest that they are lesser. And I will happily discuss...
that's not what that means. It means that T is...
It means they're not part of the community. Yes, because all the other ones are sexualities, and that one is not.
These are sexualities. This T thing is something else. Come on now.
With you the intricacies of legislation, but when you choose to eradicate, then that is wrong.
I'll just mention in passing another obsession that Kearns has is to bring the Justin Trudeau assisted dying Canadian policy, you know, basically assisted suicide, into the mainstream in this country. And just today, Rishi Sunak mentioned that he supports this as well. They really are going for 0 seats, aren't they? And that is yet another policy that she supports. Now, if you're in Rutland or Stamford and you're planning to vote Tory, I ask you for a moment why this woman is to the left
Labour.
Of Tony Blair and Keir Starmer.
Obviously
she doesn't have a conservative bone in her body.
Which is
impressive. You can find any bones
if you've got a reform candidate in Rutland, vote reform. Or vote Labour. Just don't vote for this heinous bitch. Anything. Just 0 seats. Get them fucked.
In an election in which 0 seats is a real possibility, why would you reward this woman? If you know anyone in Rutland, show them this video. If you're connected to reform in any single way, show them this video. Why should Alicia Kearns be allowed to slip under the radar and get a free pass? She and people like her are the reason the Tories are going to get 0 seats in this election. So she should be one of the ones to pay the full cost of that. All right. Join the channel, like and subscribe.
Yep.
Do buy
Go
my
check out Academic Agent, OG Roland Rat on Twitter. Check it out. Obviously,
he follows us because we're good people and we shitpost.
Obviously, our friend Roland Rat. Meanwhile, men. What does I mean by this? Oh, you told me. You sent me that. You sent me this.
What did I show you? Oh, this.
This is what happens when a man finally lets go to the pain he's been carrying and embraces his true power. What is this, Spoon? I didn't see this video.
Just this is like alpha camps. Do you know how much this costs?
Alpha camps. Okay.
Do you know how much this dude paid for this shit?
Okay,
This dude paid $3,000 for this.
To
three
do what?
fucking grand to do this dumb shit.
Just because there's music. To do what? So that he can
Do you recall a while ago?
scream and.
Do you remember?
This is woman shit.
Yeah, do you remember a while ago there was a woman in the forest that just basically
they were
just
all
screamed?
screaming, yeah.
Yeah, this is basically the male version of that.
What? Dude, this is woman shit though. This is not
yes.
man shit.
Yes.
This is insane. Okay. So I have to go pee real quick. I want to go while I do that.
Yeah, okay. If you have $3,000, do you know what you could do with $3,000? Oh yeah, I know
hell
those.
of a lot. So you've had these before, have you not?
Yes, I have.
They're delicious, right?
Yes. Why they've been pulled?
Why? They're very spicy. They're banned now in Denmark.
Why?
I'm gonna have to go pee really, really quickly. Be right back.
Hold on a second. Food authorities in Denmark have recalled three
Yeah,
types
we're
of
back.
spice into
Wait.
noodle products imported from South Korea of a possible risk of acute poisoning. Consumers are asked to discard them
'Cause they're too
or return the
spicy.
noodles to the retailer. Samyang Food, one of South Korea's largest companies and sold across the globe. The recalled include yada yada.
They don't have actually. They actually didn't include the 4 times because they
the-
had 3 and 2, but there is a 4 times
The-
spicy. I have it and it's very tasty.
You can scroll down.
All right, so I'm gonna leave you here with this text. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second so I can
It's,
go
all
pee.
right.
Excuse me.
The Danish Veterinary and Food Administration said the products
Wait,
contain
stop.
and
Read it at a normal fucking pace, Dingus.
Fuck
Give me 1 second
off.
to go pee.
You tell me how to read. And let's see, high dose has an active ingredient in chili peppers, but also a chemical that can be a neurotoxin and a health hazard. So then don't eat it, you fucking bitch. Jesus fucking Christ, man. And yes, for $3,000, I would instantly either buy a shitload of weights, a crap load of steak, or a lot of booze. I don't know why normal people wouldn't just do that. I'm going to pay $3,000 for yelling? Fuck off. Children and teenagers in Denmark have been daring each other on social media to eat a strong bowl of noodle soup. Well, I fucking hate this. Okay, so a bunch of stupid kids are doing dumb shit, and the first reaction is not to get the child to do that dumb shit and get the parents involved. No. Everybody else must suffer because a dumb fucking bunch of retards on some social media app. I hate this. I really hate this shit. Like, can you please get control of your fucking children and stop getting the state involved, you useless faggot fucking parents? Fucking hell. Homosexuals. The noodle dishes market is extremely strong, but must no longer be sold because consumers and especially children risk acute poisoning. Then don't eat it then, you twats! It's so high that it can pose a health hazard. No, it can't. It's just because you're a bitch and you can't handle spicy food. Because again, you're a homosexual. Children and frail adults, oh, fucking hell, kill them off. Dude, I'm gonna say this. If you get killed by a pack of noodles, it's because you suck and you deserve to die. Said Henrik Dahmer Nielsen of the Danish Food and Drug Administration. Possibly symptoms include burning with discomfort, nausea, vomiting, and high blood pressure. Oh, for fuck's sake, who fucking cares then?
In other words, you're too much of a baby bitch.
Yeah, I literally just said that.
Yeah, like I've eaten these noodles many, many times. I have I've got packets of them downstairs.
Yeah, they're tasty, and they do have quite a kick.
Are they extremely spicy? Yes.
Yes.
I mean, they're not that spicy to be honest. And I have to be honest, like when I say they're not,
they will
that
make you
spicy,
sweat. That is pretty strong.
I've had spicier stuff. I'll put it that way. But I'm like a spice head or whatever. So this to me is
It sounds like you're a fan of Dune.
It's just yes, spice and slow. But like this stuff, the bulldog stuff to me it's okay. It's not super spicy. I consider it medium, to be honest. And I hate to say that, but it's the way I feel. Is that it's kind of.
They make a point there about the one chip challenge. I remember that being a thing.
Yeah, that guy died. One guy died, but he must have had other issues. Yeah. Who cares?
I don't care if you die from food.
Well,
that's your own fucking problem. Why must I suffer because you died? Just because you suck doesn't mean I do.
Exactly. You suck doesn't mean I should not be able to eat my food. And also, I think that this guy had all kinds of other fucking health issues. That's why he died from that thing.
I know it's cruel, but I don't give a shit if something happens to you because your intestinal fortitude is gay.
I feel the same way.
No, it's not cruel. Fuck off, bitch.
Look, I like my spicy thing.
So do I.
I've always liked my spicy thing. I've liked spice my entire life, even since I was a kid. I was talking to Scrum about it earlier, and it was like, I remember the first time I put spice on a tortilla chip, it was my dad, and...
Aaron's like, I like this thing. I want more spicy thing.
Well, I wanted to be like my dad. My dad, by the way, smoked. My dad used to smoke like 2 packs of cigarettes a day, minimum. So he had no ability to...
That explains the smoking habit.
Well, I actually don't smoke anymore. I haven't smoked in a long time.
Well done.
Well, I smoke vapes now, but I've really basically cut that out. But my dad used to, he smoked like 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And he had like no taste buds left. So when we would go out, we would get a pizza.
Your father was a smoker.
Oh, my dad was an extreme smoker. My dad started smoking cigarettes from the time he was 11 years old.
Interesting.
That was normative when he was where he was in Appalachia at the time.
It's totally not a coincidence that my father also smoked.
Again, Stu, you and I, we're siblings. That's why I love you, Hemi. We're just the same. We're just siblings, you know.
We have way too much in common. It is actually creepy.
Funny. I know, despite being from totally other parts of the fucking planet. It's so cute. But my dad had no sense of taste, so he would. I remember we'd sit there at the dinner table and we'd get a pizza, and he'd just pull out his bottle of Tabasco, and he'd just pour all over the.
He pulled a Hillary Clinton.
Pizza. Yeah, he'd pour. No, Hillary Clinton never put a fucking drop of Tabasco over anything.
No, with the hot sauce.
No, she claimed that, but she didn't do that. So my dad actually would like just. I actually did used to carry Tabasco around with me, no joke. But this was later. So he would just pour all this Tabasco all over his pizza, and I want to be like my dad, right? I want to. Of course, you're a kid. You want to be like your dad. You want to emulate them. So I'd be like, okay, and I'd put Tabasco all over my pizza too. And at first I hated it. And then I came to like it. And then it came to be that I needed to have it because capsaicin is actually a kind of capsaicin is sort of addictive because it creates pain but then also pleasure. So yeah, I came to...
There's so many jokes I can throw at you right now.
Yes, I know, but capsaicin is a little bit addictive in that way.
Well, I will refrain.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. This is very gay. Speaking of gay, Hollywood is upset that people don't like their slop. So,
what, is this Star Wars?
Entertainment media attacks Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker and fans in general over the Acolyte. Watch this. Now, they've deleted this since. So this is from Gary Nerdrotic. This is a clip from a video from Looper that has since been deleted, where they're going to say about why the fact that nobody likes this shitty Star Wars show about space lesbians isn't doing very well. And it is a show, by the way.
How do you fuck that up?
Let me be clear. If you don't
space lesbians and you can't make that into profit, like Jesus fucking Christ.
They're not fun space lesbians.
There's no such thing as non-fun space lesbians. If you fuck that up, they're not lesbians and they're not fun.
Spoon, you don't get to see any of the lesbian sex. They're just
what?
They're just SJW space lesbians.
That just means they're
a space
just cringe, not gay.
Cult. They're a space lesbian cult. Now, if you would like to learn more, I can only more highly recommend Little Platoon has done an excellent video on most of these episodes. Of course, Critical Drinker has done excellent episodes on these. Disparu has done really good episodes on covering this insane show. Everyone has. Everyone's covered this because this series is actually incomprehensibly bad. But apparently, it's Critical Drinker's fault, and he needs to be taken out. Listen to this.
Some audience members have issues with the show's diversity and LGBTQ+ themes.
No, it's because the show is trash.
And those should be dismissed. However, viewers should genuinely...
It should be dismissed. So if there's any criticism, and it has anything to do with the fact that they're space lesbians, who are a coven of witches that are legitimately evil, by the way, you can't talk about that.
Genuinely examine the legitimate criticisms the Acolyte has received. Cultural critics like the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic have dubbed the show lore-breaking for its recent
It is lore-breaking.
It is lore-breaking.
Because we always were told that essentially the child of the Force, right?
Is Anakin.
Was Anakin.
Yes.
And now we've been told that these two twin black girls were actually also children of the
course.
Force. So yes, it is lore-breaking.
Revelations, but their commentary isn't productive. Rather, it encourages bigotry and hatred
How is it?
Oh, fuck off.
How? It is
That just means it's based.
Yeah.
For a show that's just getting started. As always, rage bait and review...
It's 6 episodes in, and it's got 2 more episodes left, by the way. So it's not just getting started. It's mostly over.
Bombings distract from actual criticism. In particular, episode 3 has proven to be controversial, and perhaps rightfully so. Some audience members...
So, they deleted this.
I wonder why.
Because, of course, they did.
This makes them look like a bunch of homosexuals because they can't take a fucking bunch of criticism.
Yeah. It's been this way for years. But meanwhile, so that's cringing gay. Meanwhile, this looks freaking cool. The Chinese are doing way better. I think we should be allowed to show this. It's just a trailer. Fine.
Yeah.
This looks so goddamn... So, fuck Star Wars. Fuck all this gay shit. This looks freaking awesome. Dude, this looks so dope. I mean, just from the visuals, I'm way more into this. Journey to the West. I've always wanted a Journey to the West kind of game, and it's so good to see it. And there have been some in the past, but this looks awesome. I only played the most basic thing. This looks neat. This is a cool game. I'm interested. I'm interested in this game.
Have you seen the gameplay?
I have, but I'm not going to play it here because just wanted to go over it quickly.
The gameplay looks fantastic.
However, there's
Oh, this article? That's one I did the video on.
Yeah, how Black Myth Wukong developers' history of sexism is complicating its journey to the West.
No, it isn't. It is not in any way complicating his journey at fucking all.
No. Is this the gameplay trailer?
后道车一念慈悲，
This is just another cinematic trailer.
四骨肉结修血泪。
I don't though he sings with no head. Still.
No, but it looks cool.
It looks cool. What's it like Witcher great. Play this game. It looks really cool. Global buzz around Black Myth Wukong may be gradually reaching a fever pitch, but the excitement over the game feels like it has peaked back in China, with local publications referring to Black Myth Wukong as the pinnacle of a locally made AAA game. When it was introduced in 2020 with a 13-minute, I remember that, pre-alpha trailer, Black Myth Wukong was met with international acclaim for its sleek cinematic visuals and high-octane, high-fantasy combat scenes within a day of its release, blah, blah, blah. For an indie studio that has only released mobile games within its country, this widespread acclaim over Black Myth is largely unprecedented feat, particularly for a game that has not yet been released. You mean that people are excited for something that looks neat? Yeah.
Yeah.
But beneath the luster of this Souls-like is a studio plagued by claims of sexism.
Okay, why is that bad?
Who cares? Several
at this point in time, if I hear any studio is plagued with sexism in its interactors, yes, please, more of it. I want I want as much sexism as you can possibly muster. Honestly, if it pisses off a Western fucking creature with a vagina, then fucking more of it. I want the fewer women you have in your games, as far as like the production stuff goes, the more likely is it'll be a success. That's just a fucking fact at this point. This is true.
Several posts have surfaced from Chinese social media website Weibo, written by individuals from the studio that contain multiple references to genitalia and sexual innuendo.
That means they're funny.
Backlash among some in the games community,
no,
many of whom are women. Oh no. This
Who
is coupled
fucking
by
cares?
recruitment posters by the studio produced in 2015, which featured images and headlines that point to a culture of ingrained sexism in games.
Do we have an example of it?
They don't post it now, do
No,
they?
of course not.
How curious.
Mm.
IGN spoke to several women familiar with gaming culture who
All
cares.
anonymous.
I also don't care. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You know what?
Half of the article is literally devoted to feminism in China.
Can I just be
like,
honest?
what the fuck does that have to do with the game? Seriously.
My feminist game. After I read that line, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I don't care. No. Let me tell you why I don't care. Because who wrote this?
This is all you have.
Rebecca Valentine and Kihu Chan. Let me tell you, I know more about video game scholarship and social psychology than you could ever in your entire fucking lives. And I'm not saying it to puff myself up. It's because you don't actually give a shit. You don't care. You don't care. I do. That's why I know as much about video game scholarship. I just put out a video about it last fucking month. You want to watch it? You can watch it. I don't care about your women shit. No one, women don't like video games for the most part, you dipshit. It doesn't appeal to women. Video games are testing men's, usually they're challenge games. It's not saying that women can't enjoy it. What the fuck?
Yes, it's just that the main thing about games, competitiveness, appeals to men.
The competitiveness appeals to men. It doesn't mean that it's not inherently excluding women. It's not for you. Sorry, ladies. It's just not. It's not for you. And I don't really give a shit because I've done all of the research on this. I've done... Oh my god, look how long this article is of them just whinging about it and whinging and whinging and whinging. Look at all this crap.
By the way, none of that has anything to do with the fucking game.
1,000... Yes, and none of it has to do with the actual goddamn game. Yes, I know it's an IGN article.
And also, you're a woman. You're a woman sitting in fucking San Francisco with 2 fucking cats. That's not a joke. That is literally her description. If you click on her...
yeah, I know. And speaking of the cats, the bots are out in full force. So Master TDS, who I got to meet, by the way, in Vegas, which is very nice. Just got my hands on a new art inspired by episode 3 of The Acolyte. So this is by the Acolyte stuff. So while Disney is out here paying for bots, look at this. Look at this. Same post, same post, same post. About The Acolyte.
That is how shit your fucking game is. That you, or your game, so your TV show is. You have to fucking pay for bots while you criticize 2 people.
Yes.
For their opinion.
Meanwhile, yes. Meanwhile, also,
God, you're pathetic.
A game that people actually enjoy is being attacked. Now, let's talk about this article real quick.
To be fair, Assassin's Creed has been dead for fucking years.
It has.
This article. I can't tell if this article is real or meant to be satirical.
This is thegamer.com, and both Spoon and I are confused as to whether or not this is a real article.
Yeah. I actually want guys in the chat to tell me, do you guys think this is real, or is this guy just being that much of a dickhead? Because I can't tell.
I'll put this up here to a poll while we go through this.
Yeah. Because I really can't tell. I hope V does a video on it, because I sent it to him.
Yeah, because I'm also genuinely confused.
Yeah. I actually sent it to a bunch of people, because I wanted their takes on it.
Would you like to read it? We'll switch out. You start.
Let's see. I heard you're not too happy with games lately. Yeah, no shit. You've been let down by decisions by video game developers that you find outrageous. Assassin's Creed has been ruined for you because of a historical figure you weren't expecting. No, I just don't want blacks in my games. Unless it's GTA, in which case I do.
He didn't exist. So, well, he did maybe exist, but he wasn't a samurai.
That's obviously a joke. Okay. My favorite protagonist in the game is black, so there you go. Paper Mario clarified that, yes, that is in fact a trans character. And worst of all, the new Perfect Dark trailer features a camera shot of a woman taken from below rather than above. It is a nightmare out there. Up is down, right is blue, and you just want the crazy to stop. And that's too bad, because I'm personally going to force game companies to put in all that stuff that you hate. No, I'm not a consulting company. I'm not associated with one either. According to YouTubers that only use massive fonts, fuck you. Consulting companies, because I do.
I'm going to use more impact just because you complain about it.
Oh yeah, we use massive fonts.
I use impact, yeah.
Yes. Consulting companies are the most powerful force on earth, filled with evil teens who have the ability, the power, and the right to change any aspect of any game they want immediately. But that won't stop me. I may be alone. You're not. You have massive other companies doing the same fucking thing, you twat. Yeah, you're just for fuck's sake. But I'm going to call up.
Is this article? This is what I'm wondering, guys. Is this article real or not?
Yeah, but I'm going to call up every game company and make sure they add those things that make your face red whilst you sit in your little red spacer gaming chair. It's not red, by the way, and fuck off. Let's see. I've already convinced a lot of them to do the stuff on my list. No, you haven't. You just simped for the same shit that everybody else is pushing.
Is this satire?
Apparently.
Apparently, this is supposed to be a satirical article.
I don't think it is.
They're claiming this is satire. But is it satire? It's indistinguishable from...
Yeah, like Dredd said, spiteful retardation. I also think it's that.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this satire or not? It's impossible to delineate.
To tell, yeah. It's the games like Contra and Castlevania. Oh, so hold on, I missed a whole bit there. I'm already convinced all people to do this stuff on the list. They asked me, but aren't real gamers going to be mad? And I said, real gamers are bad, just the way those YouTube videos seem to think people talk. That is how people talk, actually. Of course, I get where you're coming from. Games like Contra and Castlevania, those are games for men that we played when we were little boys. No, that's just who played them. Because girls play with dolls.
Again, I have no idea. I played Contra and Castlevania when I was a kid.
So did I. I remember Contra was fucking badass. They were fun.
Well, I started Contra, so I didn't play it. I did play Castlevania, though.
I did play the crap out of Contra.
I just, I think this is supposed to be a joke. But if this
it's
is
not a very
to be
funny
joke,
one. It just comes off as spiteful.
Yeah, it comes off as spiteful, and therefore it's not a very good joke.
Yeah, it just makes you seem like an asshole.
If this is funny, I don't get it. We're supposed to be funny. I don't get it. Continue, please, Spin.
That's it. When you were growing up, games like that were for you, and they still should be for you. Just you and the people who you share certain specific traits with. You mean like the people who enjoyed the games? That's the main specific trait that we actually care about.
You know what games were for me as a child?
Sims?
Ocarina of Time. Pokemon. I mean,
Sims?
I'm trying to think.
I played a crap of the Sims, by the way, as a kid. I just built a lot of shit.
Super Mario 64. I don't know. Like these are the games that I remember as a child.
Duck Hunt.
Earthbound. Like yeah.
Earthworm Jim.
Earthworm Jim. Yeah, all those games are made for me as a woman.
Crash Bandicoot, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Duke Nukem,
Tekken,
Quake.
All of these. As a woman, all of those games were made for me.
Abuse.
Or as a girl, and didn't bother me.
Blackthorn. How many of you played that?
Oh, Blackthorn, I did not play. I always...
Blackthorn was like the original Blizzard title.
I know.
That was a long fucking time ago. That's some good shit.
But the reality is that, like...
Outlaw.
This is a man. Oh, yeah, GoldenEye, of course. This is a man saying, like, oh, it was not for you. Well, guess what, homie? Like, I did play all those games as a girl in the 90s, so I don't know. But he's talking for me.
Jetpack, Lemmings.
But he's talking for me. Go ahead, please, Spin. I think you started.
There was also this other game that I can't remember, but I remember someone in the chat might be able to tell me it.
Marathon? How about that?
The background was kind of this, almost like a dungeony kind of place, and your character, I can't remember the enemies, but I remember his attack looked like a bunch of grapes. Someone in the chat will be able to tell me, I'm sure.
I don't recall.
Someone in the chat will know what I'm talking about. Ultima, sure. Oh god, yes. Ultima Online.
Ultima,
yeah. Or the original Baldur's Gate.
Legacy of Kain, absolutely. Original Baldur's Gate.
Neverwinter Nights.
All these games. I played all these games. But again, like, I'm not considered part of this group. And this is, it's so funny when he just assumes that I don't exist. I love this about these. I love this about these people. They just say, oh, there's no women who ever played these games. But continue. Read this stuff. Let's go through it.
The original Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
There's only a handful of characters. We had Johnny Cage and Sonya and Raiden and Liu Kang.
For us.
I'm reminiscing about games back in the day.
I know. I'm reminiscing as well.
Good times. It's of course I get where you're coming from. Games, yada yada. So when you're growing up, you'll figure it out. Those are those games are actually for. That is until I called up Rockstar and said, "You better make it so players can only win Grand Theft Auto 6 if they read the works of Gloria." I don't know what the fuck that name is.
So this is where he's being. Satirical.
Okay. For once. And see, they said, oh god, we were going to make the game go big vroom, big boom, but now we've decided to put all that stuff angry people online hate because you forced us. I mean, that's basically what you do.
He's pretending to be satirical, but it doesn't work. This is mostly his real opinions, then he throws in things like that and says, oh, the whole thing is satire. I am essentially, what's his name? Hunter S. Thompson. I am Hunter S. Thompson. Here I am. No, you're not.
You can keep reading.
You might be wondering what stuff you hate is making its way into games. The fun part, apparently, you don't know what you hate until you see it. is that you
That's
don't know
that's
what you
that,
hate.
that's
Wait,
kind
the
of
fun-
obvious.
The fun part.
I've never seen shit in my sandwich, but if I do, I'm going to hate it. I don't
They
need
always
to.
say this. They always do this. It's like someone they're taking a dump on a plate and they're like, I don't want.
You've never
this.
seen
I'm
this
like,
before.
well,
How do you know?
You don't know what it's like until it's out.
I don't want it.
A pretty good
that's
idea.
the main thing.
I have a pretty good idea of what's going to come out of there.
But the thing it is, I don't need to experience it to know that I will hate it. I just don't want to fucking see it.
I don't have to actually experience your turd on a plate to know what's coming
It's
out of your
gonna be
asshole.
shit, yeah.
But buddy, after you see it, you treat it like you've known about it forever, and it's the biggest scandal the gaming world has ever experienced. No, it's just like I said, like, I can see you shitting on a plate. I can see you doing it. You keep telling me what you're gonna do. You're being like, I'm gonna shit on this plate. I'm gonna shit on this plate. And like, well, okay, that's...
And also, you openly confess you know it's gonna hate, you know we're gonna hate it, so you do it anyway.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, so you're just doing it for fucking spite, and then you're telling me, oh, you don't know it's shit. You're literally putting it in my fucking game because you know I think it's shit. What the fuck?
Yes. You were just trying to enjoy games, right? You were the target audience, not these tourists who apparently put more of their time, money, energy, and professional talent into games than you. Oh
If they did that, we wouldn't have a fucking problem.
What the spite of their tourists. I put so much more time into it than you. It's not, despite you being the consumer, the end product consumer, it's not your fault that you're the only person in the room who's most angry at games all the time. No, everyone hates your stuff. It's 9 out of 10 who hate it. And you know that. But go ahead and lie to yourself. It's because you live in your little...
Cope harder.
Because you live in your little LA nut job hole.
If you look what he looks like, then... If you see what he looks like, then you'll...
See, who's Mike Drucker? Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, here he is. Yep.
That guy touches
Here's
kids.
Our author. Yeah, we
I guarantee you.
We got that
just look at him.
out. Oh, I think we got that figured out. Am I blocked by him? Oh, I'm not.
By the way,
Fascinating.
his last post that he made, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got 203,000 followers.
Wow,
Right? The last post that he did got like 20, like I think 13 likes. 13 or 21, one of the two. I actually...
Wowie.
I mentioned him in one of my own tweets. I said, how in the hell do I have 1% of your following just over, and my tweets get more engagement than yours?
Good question. Because no one cares.
Yeah.
Why else would suicide kill the Justice League force Harley Quinn to have woke hair? No one cares.
Good question.
About that. It wasn't actually about the woke hair. That's been a thing for a while. The hair on Harley Quinn has been a thing for a long time. Yes, she did have dyed hair before, but now some of it's blue. No one complained. No one complained about that. It was about all the other issues. Oh, again, they always do this. They deflect. They go, it's something else. Oh, it's this little minimal detail.
Of course, because they're wrong. They don't really reflect on actual fucking
Yes, because they can't actually
problems.
defend it.
Yes. We all know this, by the way.
Hairstyles. Didn't even know what DEI means. You don't know what DEI means because you have to lie about what DEI is because you get paid by DEI, don't you? You're too busy to learn. You've got people to harass online. You've got serious concerns about the bone structure of the main character in Star Wars Outlaws. Because she's hideous. Because she's fucking
Yeah, because some of us don't actually hate women.
That's it. Those hour-long rant videos aren't going to make themselves and then throw themselves into the void. It must be exhausting for you.
If it was the void, none of you would be paying attention and you wouldn't be making this fucking article.
Especially when they're not the types of people God said could hold hands. Oh my god, this is going to drive me insane.
You see what I
You're
mean?
going to have to help me with this.
Do I have to?
Article was, yeah, help me.
Jesus Christ. Why can't we go back to the good old days of Metroid when you didn't know you were playing as a woman until later? No one gave a shit about that, by the way.
No.
Back when we didn't have to have a character's whole identity crammed down our throats. Yeah, true. Mainly because the character's whole identity as a 4x10 stack of pixels, but now games are more realistic. I've got a job to do, friends. Or friendo.
This is his
cringe.
fucking job is to write this shit.
Yes, see. And that job is making sure that Lara Croft winks a little weird so that she's not sexy anymore. I mean, that is what you're doing. It's almost like she can only wink by blinking. You turned it off immediately. I bet you're mad at that.
Dude, this guy is a lunatic.
Yeah, and I honestly want to throw you through a wall like a fucking Tom and Jerry cartoon. If anything, you should be thanking me if I'm thanking you.
Hour-long videos, is that a jab at the logman, Tyler Preston? I think it's a jab at the entirety of the fandom menace, yes.
Yeah. If anything, you should be thanking me personally, forcing game companies to put in all the stuff that you hate. Why? I'm the one who gives you energy in the morning. No, that'll be the guy that comes from Bolivia. It's certainly not your family. I could make a Nick Rakita joke right now, but that's just adding insult to injury. Your ex took them with the dog. No, I was never married. Thank fuck for that. You need an extra boost to get out of your bed and rush to social media to make sure nobody has put a black person in the game without asking. And asking you first, I'm your fresh air. I wake you up more than coffee. There is no way in hell you could wake me up more than my coffee, by the way.
So this dude thinks he's Yahtzee.
Oh God, yeah, that's totally true.
This dude thinks he's Yahtzee.
Yeah, this really like a cringe gay version of Yahtzee.
You're like a cringe gay Yahtzee, but you are not Yahtzee. You're not funny. This is not enjoying. This is not.
People can't even tell if you're serious or being satirical, because this sounds like the slop that some fucking asshole that is really a pissy bitch would actually write.
Because this is exactly what the left believes.
Yes.
So, if this is satire, it's impossible to detect.
Yes. Satire is at least supposed to be funny. Not necessarily, but that's kind of the main reason you do satire.
Mostly satire is supposed to be funny.
At least witty.
Witty, yeah. This, however...
Leaves us confused.
This guy is claiming post facto that this whole piece is satire. I don't think it was. I think this was completely serious, and then he was like, haha, it was just a joke. Tee.
Yeah. And so you don't think I'm serious? No, we actually do. You think I'm joking? No. Every hour on the hour, I force the game designer to add the ability for players to choose their own pronouns just because you don't want that.
He's being facetious, yes, but
yeah, it's a reference to Starfield.
Yeah, Starfield, yeah.
Oh, Tetris just got pronouns. Dude, if you fuck with my Tetris game, I will get pissed at you.
Yeah, that will fuck up Spin.
I really enjoy Tetris. Tetris is my go-to if I want my brain to actually start ticking again. Because I get very competitive.
Is that he's acting like, oh, I did it. But better get started on that grift video. Or Puzzle Bobble is next. Here's the thing. It is very likely that Spoon and I play the same Tetris game, I think, on mobile. And
that Tetris Friends one?
Yeah. It's a very real possibility. They will add fucking pronouns to that. Don't get that shit twisted. They will.
Stop ruining my games. It's fucking blocks, you prick.
I just want to play my blocks. Sure, you could be angry with the actual problems in games, such as what?
We are.
Such as what?
Women.
You could be mad about the fact that companies tout record successes while they lay off numbers of people. They lay off record numbers of people because they make shitty leftoid games that no one wants to play.
Yeah, they're losing money.
You could be furious that employees are expected to work 24/7 without any reward. In China, yeah. By the way.
I mean, they just made a really sweet-looking game, so I don't know.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do not support
slave labor.
I don't support that. You could be frustrated that it's hard for smaller companies to break through the white noise of game releases.
Not really. I think at this point in time, it's never been easier because there's so much shit from AAA gaming.
It's way easier now than ever to break through the AAA. Break through to make a successful game while not being a AAA studio because people are tired of AAA stuff that sucks. You could have been tired of bigger companies nickel and diming players with features that should have been in the original package. Everyone hates that, idiot. Everyone hates that.
It's one of the main things that plagues modern day gaming is that shit.
Yes. But I think we agree it's more important that you tell everyone on Earth that you miss the days when characters were basically precious moments, figurines with massive honkers.
I mean, did that sell? Yes.
Yes, I would like. I like.
Tatas.
You know what?
Booba.
I'll play this. Did you? This guy who got canceled. Do you know this guy got canceled over this video?
Are we going to if we're going to play it?
This video. No, it's very short. This video got this guy.
Oh, I remember this.
This guy.
You had
got
this in one of your
destroyed.
videos, didn't you?
I think I used part of it, but this guy, like, he got his like whole fucking career destroyed over making this video.
Sad that there's no muscly
Joe Cat. I'm just gonna play it because I agree with you, Joe Cat, on this.
girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah, but sure, I like to joke around and talk about how I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the leggy girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter.
This is a bit cringe, but I appreciate the idea that this guy had his fucking life ruined over this video is insane.
What size? I like the belly folds, I like the six packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild girls. You got style girls, make them proud girls.
This guy had his life ruined over that video.
He just said he likes all kinds of chicks.
He says he just likes all women. He's like,
how is that offensive?
Because
he was actually being inclusive.
I know, and that's why you cannot appeal towards the left. Because look what they will destroy you.
For making something like oddly wholesome. And kind of funny.
Something wholesome, and it's cute and funny. It's a little cringe, let's be clear. It's cringe.
Compared to what the left do, that's fairly sane. I don't think that's all that cringe.
It's just that I like girls. And they're like, no, you're not allowed to like girls. You have to like, even though he doesn't even say like, not trans women or whatever. He's like, I like all girls. And they called him a pervert for this, and said he's a weird creep.
What? How?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because he likes girls.
Well, he's liking girls cringe now, is it?
Yeah, apparently. Dude, don't fuck with the left.
Well, I mean, the women are kind of gay nowadays, so there's some merit to that argument. But to say that he's a problem for that, like, what the fuck? That was fairly normal.
I think we agree it's more important that you tell everyone on Earth you miss the days when characters are basically precious memories, figurines of massive honkers. I do miss the massive honkers, however, luckily Japanese games are still providing on that front. Sadly, I showed Bethesda a picture of Marjorie the trash heap from Fraggle Rock and demanded companies only ever use her. That was me, I can admit it. Okay, like, let me tell you where you fucked up here, my dude. Here's the problem with you, homie. You think in your stupid fucking head that you're
a maverick.
Hello God, it's me, Super God, and it's that's by, oh man, what's his name? Chip Zdarsky. You think you're Chip Zdarsky. You're not Chip fucking Zdarsky. Really?
What?
Whoa, why can't I find images? Oh, the images might be an issue.
What just happened?
I'm trying to... You think you're funny. You're not funny. This is funny. Sorry.
Hanging balls.
But like, dude... Why can't I... Oh, dude, they've been trying to hide this from me from forever. Look up. Let me see if I got it. Yes, it's Chip Zdarsky, Watchmen 2. Okay? You think you're Chip Zdarsky. You're not Chip Zdarsky. Like, him writing this shit, he thinks he's so fucking funny. Like, of him saying stuff like this, of, oh, wait, Fraggle Rock demanded... companies only ever use her, I can admit that. Yeah, you think you're Chip Zdarsky writing Are You There, God? It's Me, Super God. No, you're not. You're not. You are not Chip fucking Zdarsky writing Are You There, God? It's Me, Super God. This is funny. You're not funny. So, officially, DC didn't like to use the word creator, as it made them seem like they didn't have 100% ownership of the characters, so instead the creators were called vessels. The superhero creations traveled from the ether of Jesus' fluffy imaginorium, where they were plucked and ushered via the humanly vessels into the gentle hands of the company. The tour...
What are you fucking reading?
I have it on screen.
No, I know that.
The tour continued as I was given a sneak peek of future DC comics, sworn to secrecy about what I saw. It was Schuster bone chilling. He was one of the first people to find out that Aquaman was finally going to lose his hand again in a very special issue. Or finding out that the Flash was going to be able to run even faster. Maybe too fast? these were just the superhero appetizers to the main course of the superhero din-dins. Terry finally led me into what was known as the panic room. I'm not gonna go into this, but like, this dude writing this kind of crap, you wish you were Chip Zdarsky. A reasonable person might theorize that you're not actually mad at these woke features. I'm not. I think things like this, by the way, homie, are hilarious. Okay? Like, see, this is funny. You're not funny. This is funny. You're not funny. You're mad that they've aged you out of the target demographic. How old are you? You're like 40, dude. What the fuck? You're out of the target demographic, you fucking freak. Rory. Age of the target demographic. Now both people buying games and people making games at the wider audience when you were 13. The same reasonable person would add that this makes you feel less like the center of the universe, not what it's about, which causes you physical pain and distress. Maybe you, home dog, not me. As you experience the tragedies and victories of life, video games seem less and less magical, so you've replaced confronting that feeling with something else or someone else to blame for it. This guy is projecting so hard.
I was going to say, that's a lot of projection right there.
Sure is. And that person
I think you're missing the fact that you once had hair.
Yeah. I'm personally going to add what you hate just to me. Like, this is... I love every second of it. Test me. Fine.
Spiteful mutant.
Here's what you do, guys. Because he has demanded it, let's go find Mark Drucker's Twitter. Excuse me, Zitter over here. Go bully him. He actually asked you directly to bully him. Now, I'm not saying to bully him. I'm saying that Mark Drucker demanded that you bully him. He says, go be mean to him. I would never, ever usually say this, but he said in his article to please go and attack him. So if you would like to say something mean to Mark Drucker, he has said in his article here that he wants you to attack him. Test me. Fine, do it. Come at me. Well, he just said it, so what am I supposed to believe about that? So if you would like to attack Mark Drucker, I mean...
I did it earlier.
He says it's what you want to do. What he wants you to do. Excuse me. That being said, I'm not going to get into the Ricada stuff. I already talked about it. I'm not going to go more into it. There's been some Pride Month stuff. It's really...
cringe.
The Tranifesto did come out. I would say Audrey Hale's Tranifesto did come out. I'll read that really briefly. A little bit of it, at least. Because it's about what you expect. It's, no, I can't. I won't be able to read this on stream. If you want to read it, you can go read it on KF. Because it's explicit. I can't read it on stream. I don't think.
Does it contain F-word slurs?
It contains all kinds of... It's explicitly sexual. Just about... This is a young woman who was destroyed by Tumblr. Essentially.
Tumblr? Really?
She was 28 years old and wrote the words for here, for example, vaginal sex. She was...
Probably a virgin.
I don't know. She was 28 years old, though. Well, he, I suppose, or they, I don't know. This person was deeply screwed up by Tumblr. So...
How the hell do you get screwed up by fucking Tumblr?
Because a lot of young women were, and men. But mostly young...
On Tumblr?
Do you not understand that the entirety of the female to male / non-binary shtick is all just Tumblr porn stuff? You know,
no,
it's all women on Tumblr in the mid to late 2010s.
Yeah, I know I know Tumblr is basically just OnlyFans prerequisite.
It was just an indoctrination hub.
Same thing.
Yeah. Just indoctrinating young women into being like, actually, you're a boy. I mean, that's all it was. For forever. Yeah. So. Horrifying. Alright. Let me stop sharing my screen.
What time is it anyway?
It's 12:30, so I'm going to read
No
these
wonder I'm
super
fucking
chats.
sleepy.
I know I'm tired as hell. Let's read these super chats and then we're going to head out, shall we? Alright, thank you all so much for supporting. Let me go read what you guys said. I may have... Amen.
I may do a live stream myself on Rumble sometime this week. I don't know what yet. I may just shitpost and say a lot of gamer slurs.
Jacob Lowe for €5. Oh, I read that one. Amnesic. Oh, Aramaic Discourse 5 says, "All hail Chinggis Khan, son of the steppe, the sublime lord, blessed of the earth and sky, rightful king of earth." Thank you.
Alright.
Solon Lich for 50 ARS says, "It's definitely alien creatures pretending to be human beings. The harder they try, the weirder their charade gets." Yeah. 100%. Rob Walker, who's been a member for 15 months, says, "Those voter polls must be why Dems are granting amnesty and handing out voter registration forms to migrants like Bernie Boy reported." Scared much? I'm a little bit scared, but we'll see. Kissa for £5 says, "Aiden Spoon, remember what I said about black Democrats? Tell me I was wrong on my position on this. Hashtag change my mind." Actually, I think, like, black Democrats are on a plantation. It's not
They
all,
always were.
by the way. Yeah. But it's not all. You do have the people who come off of it, you know? Your rare cases, right? It's not inescapable, I'll put it that way. James Cole for 10 says, "The Dems will always pat themselves on the back for reducing or improving anything after absolutely effing up the exact metric they're talking about." I know, right? Isn't it cute? Aramaic Discourse for another 5 says, "Spoon, how much passive and agreeable the Irish are. It should be easy to bully them into accepting an Afrikaner king." Oh, you did read that earlier, I think.
Yeah.
A Deadpool King for 10 said, "Deadpool Kid for 10. Good God. I'm taking 2 fucking allergy pills and I've gotten a little drunk and I'm a little bit too fucked up.
Do you drink it when you're taking pills?
I have to take an allergy pill.
That doesn't mean you should drink.
I know. It didn't actually have that much to drink, but it's just.
Fuck's sake, woman! You don't drink and you mix medication.
I know I can't drink and take an allergy pill, otherwise it makes me fucky. But I also can't. I had to take an allergy pill. Anyway, Deadpool Kid for 10. Thank you so much. Says, "People should look at the nation as a body. The citizens are the bloodline which gives vitality. However, the regime neglects this and sees people, especially men, as expendable." Yes, exactly.
Sounds like a Frenchman.
So, Linda Hunter, who gave a 1 gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you. Hasselhoff for 5 says, "Eden said they realized they dug this hole for themselves and there's no way that they are self-aware. That it's all just happened. Who knows?" Yeah. Exactly. Minnesota Fats for 2 says, "Leftism is a death cult. Bill Gates approved." Absolutely. Neon Suspenders for 5 says, "But if they're putting it away, who's to say they won't bring it out again once things cool down?" That's what we're wondering about, by the way. Neon. We were wondering about that. Will they pull it back out? That's the question. I talked to Scrump about that just earlier today. He thinks they won't pull it back out. I think they will. We are in disagreement on that. Kissa for 5 £5, excuse me, says, he wants to bet that Lily has a mixed child and is
yeah, she does.
Daniel feminist who is pretending to be a base lass. You don't deserve a ring. I have no idea about the
the child is mixed.
For real?
Mm-hmm. Looks like Iranian.
Serious?
Yeah, 100%. Why would I lie?
The child's brown. I mean,
yep. Every time. Every fucking time.
Now, all of a sudden, she becomes
pro-white supremacist.
I need a white man to come and defend me every fucking time.
You fucked you're an inferior group, and now you want the superior group to come arrest you. Fuck off, you sellout bitch.
Vinny the D for 5 says, this could only work for 18 to 21-year-olds, high school sweethearts. Yeah, the stuff she's talking about, yeah. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, boss, you need to understand no trauma is more damaging. Oh my god, a log came over here. You need to understand no trauma is more damaging than the teenage realization that your parents had sex on the regular to conceive you. Did that bother anybody else? That didn't bother me. I don't know.
What, like my parents were human beings?
Yeah. Slosher, who's been a member for 5 months, it said, Aiden, worrying about paying a debt you don't even own. Mark Twain. Oh, me talking
that's
about...
true.
Yeah, I suppose so. James Maroney for 5 says, uncommon Aiden L. I don't know whether that was over.
Probably the looks of the chick.
Oh yeah, probably. I think that was it. M Sang for 2 says, you betrayed the lore. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, China, why you no diverse? Very bad. Low credit score for you. Exactly. Low credit score.
Base China.
for 5 says, Mike Drucker wrote a cringe-worthy article about Stellar Blade. Yeah, he did. I don't think it's satire. He has another attacking people critical of Silent Hill 2. Yeah, he's completely... Mike Drucker is completely serious about that stuff, I think. Cole Summers for 10 says, Tumblr was the Fed containment of the woke, and then they released them on the rest of us. I agree, so... And actually... Oh, I got you, little bastard. Sorry. You get these hideous, giant bugs here. These, what do you call them? Crane flies. That's what they're called. Crane flies. They're enormous. They're huge. And once it starts to become summertime, they just fly in through the windows constantly. They're huge, and they try to fly in your face because they're, like, looking for heat or whatever, and I hate them. So I very much enjoy killing them, because I fucking hate them. Anyway, Mark Druckmann, yeah, he probably did write that unsatirically. Cole Summers for 10 says Tumblr, yeah, right, read that, yeah. I also agree with that Tumblr was the containment, and then it got released onto the rest of the internet. And Scrump agreed, he said the same thing. Kizza for £5 says, great show, guys. Shameless plug, but your king will be live this Saturday, 10 p.m. GMT. Hope to see you all there. Yeah. Lance, who's been a member for 13 months, thank you. On Monarch Tier says, this podcast goes very hard. Love from Arizona. I hate women so much, it's unreal. Me too, man. And then Gary Thomas for 5 says, first of all, God bless the South Korean professor smart enough to conduct this study over the course of 30 years. Yeah, it's some interesting research. Anywho, thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you all so much for donating. And see you all next week. Actually, I will be tomorrow over on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop live there as well, if you want to see me. And that's about it.
Yeah.
You got anything else? You want to promote?
I might be on Flashcast on Saturday.
Yes, exactly. So
which Aiden freaked the fuck out.
I know. I'm so excited for you to be on Flashcast because Flashcast is super fun. Always fun to be on Flashcast. And Gary Thomas for 5 says, also the left will never leave anything alone because personal is the political. All parts of human life must be politicized, according to them. Absolutely. Anywho, guys, go check out Spoon, hopefully, on Flashcast this weekend. That will be fun to watch.
Oh, sure. What am I going to say?
It should be fun, no matter what.
Especially at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
I know it's a problem of us here.
I have to wake up and drink.
I know I wish you want to go on Flashcast. I gotta go to sleep and then wake up. But Flash it all they're very cool guys. You'll have a fun time over there. Thank you all so much.